morning. Is my audio gonna work? Question mark? Is my audio not working? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. We're good. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is time for Salem. I'm excited, especially after Shimosa. Shimosa was freaking fantastic. It's reading time. What's up, James Rocket? What's up, Ismanir? You thought Agartha was horrible. Get ready for a real horror singularity, but this time in a good way. Was Agartha not horror in a good way? I mean, all three tribes were trying to death by Snoo, the MC, so I mean, it was good in that sense, at least, I guess. Yeah, horrible writing overall, though, Agartha was. Fucking Christ. Especially, I saw a video recently by a FGO YouTuber that, like, critiqued it, like, why Agartha was so awful. And I agree with, like, everything they said. They were basically saying, like, Agartha could have been great because, like, the ending, like, the moral of the story by the end of it was, like, the human fear of death, right? But they just, they did it so sloppy and, like, weird. Like, it could have, if the writing was better, it could have been actually really good. Because the concept of it, or, like, the moral of the story, like, wasn't even that bad. Alright. Let's stop wasting time, though, and hop straight into Salem. Let me make sure my audio is all good. Here we go. This guy, wasn't he the executioner from that first singularity? He was Maria's executioner, wasn't he? What was I gonna mention? I wanted to mention that also in Shimosa, we never found the demon pillar in Shimosa, did we? That's something I kind of realized the other day, and I was like, wait a second. I thought there were like 5, the pseudo-singularities were like 5 demon pillars escaped when we were destroying what's his name, Gatia. Like 5 demon pillars escaped, and that's what caused these pseudo-singularities. This is what I thought. And so we took out one in... Fuck, what was the name of the first one? Shinjuku, we took out one in Shinjuku. We took out one in that event one, the Seraph. And then we took out one in Agartha. So that's 3 out of 5. And I thought the last 2 were going to have the other 2, but I guess one is not here in... Or one's not there in Shimosa. There was no demon god pillar. But it also, like, wasn't a singularity. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was some dream alternate reality timeline bullshit. I have no idea. They actually did not explain it by the end of it, like what the fuck Shimosa was. 4 demon god pillars survived. The 3 of the other chapter, and then the 1 in CC. Shimosa was just Lost Belt foreshadowing. Alright. I guess they'll explain it later on then, huh? Sanson. Sansom, the French royal executioner. Am I saying his name right? I don't even have it on Google. Shimosa was Lost Belt foreshadowing. Technically, Summer 3 had Demon God Pillar coconut milk. What the fuck? I do remember that. I played Summer 3. Summer 3 was my first event story, and I actually really enjoyed it, even though the mechanics I know everyone hated. It was a fucking grind with the time loop bullshit, but I really enjoyed the story of Summer 3. Demon God Pillar coconut milk. Alright. Sanson says, not bad at all. In fact, I dare say it came out rather well. Good morning, Sanson. Having a late breakfast? Oh, what a wonderful smell. Is that... I'm gonna fucking butcher that. Crepe? Morning, Mash. No, this is buckwheat galette. I heard we'd procured some lovely ham and found myself hooked after spending some time with the chef. So you're using ham, cheese, and a soft-boiled egg, and a zucchini? It looks delicious. Thank you. I often had galettes just like this when I was growing up in Paris. They were originally a peasant dish from the Brittany region. It's even said they were served at a palace of King Louis XIV, mother, Anne of Austria. Ideally, I would have liked to pair it with a hard cider, but... Oh, right, exactly. You couldn't do that because we've run out, right? Apparently, someone broke into the kitchen and stole most of our alcohol. Really? Was it a thief? I think so, since a number of rooms also experienced inexplicable blackouts around the same time. That's why I'm on the case right now. Holmes is preoccupied with something in the hangar lately, so it's up to me to be the detective this time. I see. In that case, I would gladly offer my assistance. Ever since the search for the 7 Holy Grails came to an end, what has brought me the greatest joy is the drastic improvements made to Chaldea's pantry. It's thanks to them that servants like us can enjoy seasonal delicacies and flavors from around the world. I am so grateful to be able to experience so many wonderful tastes, but ashamed to learn that there is a thief among us here in Chaldea. Me too. Since Chaldea is still responsible for preserving humanity, managing our food stockpiles is important. Well said. Ugh, my head. I feel sick. Good morning, Robin. You seem a bit under the weather. Oh, morning, Mash. Don't mind me. Ugh, I can smell the alcohol from here. Robin? He's clearly hungover. He must have drunk an immense amount to be this affected despite being a servant. Fortunately, this works out well. Here, Robin, drink this onion soup. It'll get you hydrated and replenish some of the salt you lost. If that doesn't cure your hangover, drink a glass of water with some baking soda to reduce the acidity in your stomach. No thanks, I'm not drinking that. I've smelled rotting animals that weren't so rank. There aren't even any medical herbs in it. I mean, it's not like you're a witch or an alchemist or... Ugh, my head. I knew it. You're still in bad shape. What help could you be if there was an emergency right now? Won't you please consider taking Sanson's advice and having the soup? Also, I would appreciate it if you could tell me what happened last night, and please don't skimp the details. Last night? Okay, if that's what you want. I couldn't care less what Dr. Frenchie says, but I can't say no to you. Still, there's not that much to tell. I just kind of ended up getting roped into a little drinking party the authors were having. Sometimes it's nice to just cut loose and drink like there's no tomorrow. Consequences be damned, you know? Anyway, the last thing I remember is Amadeus crashing the party and drinking the rest of the booze. After that, it's all blank. Ah, Amadeus. I swear that man is a bottomless pit wherever the alcohol is concerned. He always shows up unannounced at parties, drains the wine cellar as if it were his own, and doesn't even pay a single écu to his boot. These fucking French words. Robin, were you perhaps sent to raid the kitchen last night as an errand boy of sorts? Now that you mention it, I think something like that might have happened. I see. I'm glad I'm making progress. I knew I could resolve a small case like this without asking Holmes for help. At any rate, it seems clear that you were all getting plastered on Chaldea's reserves. Indeed, what a sorry sight. Yeah, not all of us were brought up with the luxury of using proper knives and forks for our dainty little breakfasts, unlike some nobles I know. I'm not a noble! Oh, is that so? Maybe you're not, but you aren't exactly one of us commoners either, are you? What's going on with Robin? Does he have some sort of problem with Sanson? An alarm. What does that tablet of yours say, Mash? Let me see. It's a Type 3 alert. An abnormality has been spotted somewhere far away. I'll head for the command room. Ugh. Could we turn it down? This sound is the last thing I needed with this headache. Robin, you need to take care of your hangover before you do anything else. Agreed. Once you do that, I shall take you to see the chef. Got it. Take care, Mash. Don't push yourself too hard now. Looks like things have finally calmed down. Guess they've got a handle on the situation now. Ah well, it ain't any of my business. I'm an A-OK steering clear of the limelight. All those hot-blooded hero types can handle demon schemes and threats to humanity just fine without me. Ah, this soup really does hit the spot. I'm here! What's the situation? Morning, Mash. You're looking fluffy as ever, Mash. Did you say fluffy? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean by that, but thank you, Senpai. In fact, you're looking kind of fluffy yourself, too. Like here, where you've still got some bedhead. Okay, you two, it's too early in the morning for flirting, and the command room isn't the place. That's better. Now then, here's all the information we've got so far. You can fix your bedhead while you listen, Max. First of all, we know that the alarm originated in North America. We're detecting an incredible magical energy signature, but the threat level is fairly low, at least for now. At the moment, we're sending in a fleet to investigate the drones to collect more intel and communicating with the local authorities. We're also coordinating with the North American branch of the Mages Association since Chaldeas didn't observe this phenomenon. However, there aren't many association agents in North America, so I doubt they'll be of much help. Where exactly is North America is this coming from? If you'll direct your attention to the screen right here, this image was taken by one of our stationary satellites. The United States East Coast, specifically an area north of Boston, Massachusetts. Come to think of it, it's still the middle of the night over there, isn't it? Even so. It's so dark, I don't see a hint of light anywhere. It looks more like a crater than anything. That's right, it's pitch black, complete and total darkness. We can't detect as so much of a hint of artificial light within a perfectly circular 7-kilometer radius. This is no blackout or freak weather. Magecraft is the only explanation for something like this. Naturally, since it's covered in such total darkness, we don't have any other visual data. Do we know what's in the middle of the darkness? As I recall, there was a port town here at this inlet. I think its name was Salem. It is a cursed name, both for the white man and for us. Geronimo! My presence was requested, and so I have come. Are you sure I can be of use, Da Vinci? My tribe knows little of the sea, after all. I'm sure, Geronimo. In fact, you're the perfect warrior for the job. The proud members of your tribe have been attuned to that land's voice since the ancient times, so we could really use your wisdom right now. I see. So the situation has become so dire that you're making a formal request for my help. Very well. I will be of assistance however I can. What about the people inside the darkness? Are they alright? At the moment, we have no way of knowing. So far, the U.S.'s Army recon drones haven't picked up any sign of the local populace or even in radio transmissions. Simply put, 50,000 people who just finished their perfectly ordinary day have inexplicably disappeared. 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. I can only imagine what the White House advisors are going through right now in the run-up of the inevitable press conference. That's terrible. Could this be a demon god pillar? You mean one of the demon god pillars that escaped when Gadia was destroyed? Yes, Max, this is almost certainly the work of a demon god pillar. That said, the extent to which it seems not to even be making an effort to conceal its insidious nature of this anomaly concerns me. In the other abnormalities we've dealt with over the past several months, like Shinjuku and Agartha, the culprits tried to keep their identities a secret. On top of that, both of those singularities occurred in the past. Hell, in Gartha's case, it was so thoroughly hidden that it was literally miles underground. But that is not the case here. It's taking place right now, and is so obvious that even the US government knows about it. Neither of the other demon god pillars attempted anything like this, and that is truly worrying. Still, at least this singularity is on a much smaller scale. It reminds me of Fuyuki and how it's only covering a single town. Smaller scale. Only in comparison to what we have seen so far, you mean, but even now I can see this tragedy unfolding before my eyes. I pray that the dawning sun will chase away the curtain of darkness that has befallen this land. So what will you do now, Da Vinci? And you, my friend? We have to go to Salem right now. Right now, man. Right, senpai. I'm afraid I disagree. The time is not yet right. But there are people in clear and present danger. 50,000 of them, no less. But we do not know for sure that this is not a trap. It's possible that we may end up being glad that only tens of thousands of people lost their lives there. We are still very much in the dark ourselves. All we know for certain is what Da Vinci said. Never before have we seen such a bold approach as this. I sense that the demon god lying in wait in this darkness is more cautious and villainous than any we have faced. Da Vinci, have there been any updates in the investigation? Any further details come to light? Yes, they've been a few more updates, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. When the darkness first appeared, it quickly expanded to its current radius in just a few seconds before its progress suddenly stopped. Since then, it's remained completely static, at least from the outside. Mages from the association have sent in familiars, but we've lost contact with each and every one of them. Land, sea, low-flying air, no matter how the familiars attempted to infiltrate the darkness, not a single one of them has reported back. On top of that, the directors of Boston's Holy Church have been quiet about this either. Haven't been quiet about this either. This unidentified phenomenon precludes the use of spiritual evacuation, sacrifices, runes, summoning circles, and anti-fortress and anti-armory noble phantasms in the areas surrounding Salem. These areas include parts of Beverly, Peabody, Danvers, Marblehead, Swampscott, and Lynn. We regretfully report that we have not discovered any evidence of magical involvement, nor can we completely rule it out in regards to this situation. All that means that this phenomenon has taken the church completely by surprise, so it's safe to conclude that none of the persons of interest they've been keeping an eye on have gone near Salem either. You can tell this was a real bitter pill for them to swallow, especially given how proud they are. It's a bit of a surprise for them to throw up their hands in bafflement like this. Though, that's not to say they're at a loss for words. One of them went on to add, "Were I to venture my personal opinion, I might say that it seems as if the very hand of God himself has laid waste to the earth." Can you believe that? Sure doesn't sound like something a man of the cloth should go around saying, if you ask me. Well, it would appear to be a different god than the one their faith sees as the one true god. I've heard rumors about Chaldea staff being stationed around the world for some time now, but I had no idea they were also working at Mages Association branches in the Holy Church. Of course they are. They're covert agents we've planted on-site to blend into their respective areas. The Chaldea Security Organization hasn't been sitting around twiddling its thumbs waiting for these stray demon gods to reappear, you know. These agents are just a part of our overall effort, though I have to admit, it wasn't easy finding people with no familial or community ties to come work for us. Roman always excelled at hiring the right kind of people. He did leave behind a manual detailing his procedures, but it's just not the same. Sag. Still, it definitely helped. Once I knew where to look, it was just a matter of balancing the budget. I reunited mages, demonology experts, and exorcists, and stationed them in cities of interest, and Boston just so happened to be one of them. The other North American agents should all be gathered there by now. At this point, we're still running in recon since we're not on site ourselves. The best thing we can do right now is gather as much information as we can to figure out our next move. So we wait for the news from people we trust. That's right. At times like this, there's nothing wrong with depending on others for help. You've really grown, Max. Trying to handle everything yourself is the height of arrogance and can lead you to terrible mistakes, and in the end, you're left with nothing but grief. Is that a reference? Bum bum bum. I'm relieved to see that self-sacrifice isn't your answer to everything anymore. Still, isn't there anything we can do? Of course, plenty in fact. Now that the alert level has been raised, we're getting reports from all over the world. Somebody has to determine if they're authentic and whether they're related to what's happening in Salem. I'd like you to handle that, Mash. Understood! Now I think it's about time we pulled in a certain great detective to help us out. His work in the hangar should probably have gotten boring to him by now, so he'll probably be in this room or just wandering around Chaldea. Max, would you mind speaking with Holmes yourself? Of course, I doubt you'll have much luck when he barely even pays attention to what Watson has to say. I see. Don't worry, we'll handle that too. I'll drag him here by force if I have to, just like Mrs. Hudson. Besides, Da Vinci, have you been cooped up in here since last night? Ah, you noticed, did you? You're right. I was actually in the middle of testing a certain summon when the alarm sounded. Just between us, the timing couldn't have been worse. Even geniuses like me can make mistakes. For a moment, I was afraid I might unwittingly cause the second huge Chaldea explosion. Not funny. Is there anything I can do to help? Well, you can't blame me. Not after Chaldea's main power and backup power looked like they were about to get knocked out. I see. Another piece of the puzzle in my investigation falls into place. Wait, backup? That sounds really important. Thanks in advance for all your help, Mash. You too, Geronimo. As for you, Max, I want you to be ready for anything, like a good master. I agree, Senpai. Please let us handle this for now. I may no longer be able to fight on the front lines, but in return I'll do everything I can to support you from the back here. That's the sort of Kohai I aspire to be. My good eggplant. What's up, Gandalf? What's up, Remini? Salem, couldn't miss it while live. Aw, shit. The Grandcaster Geronimo. Going to Geronimo, times must be desperate indeed. What's up, Jason? One of the 2 story chapters in America. Let's go. Where's the Australia chapter, chat? We need an Australia chapter. Isn't Dakota's from Australia? We'll get. Dude, can we get a singularity where it's the Great Emu War? Can we get a... Oh my god, that'd be such a good event singularity. Get the event singularity for April Fool's Day to be in Australia during the Great Emu War. God, that'd be fucking amazing. Dojins with Jalter? Yes, dude. Summer 3 was so freaking good. The E at the end of Galette is mostly silent, so it's Galette. Gotcha. Fucking French words, man. Alright. Who is this person? I recognize that sprite, but not who it is. Lost Belt 8.5, the Great Emu War of Australia. A Lost Belt where the Great Emus won the war. The singularity deviates when the humans winning against the emus. That'd be so good. Oh, fuck. That's such a silly story, man. Heh, heh. Who was that? The inspirational music. Thanks for waiting, everyone. We're nearly ready to begin this operation now. What's more, this will almost certainly end up being the final ray shift. The final ray shift? Medea! She's never in the story, what the hell? Oh, why is that? Because we now know that this is the very... Fuck, you're going too fast. We now know that this is the very last demon god pillar, the last singularity to be observed on Earth. We may not have been able to determine where the demon god pillars that escaped from the Temple of Time had hidden themselves, but we were able to find the distortions in space-time they created wherever they went. Not that we could have done so without the Chaldeas, of course, but it's those readings that are telling us that this will be the last. The Majors Association and the UN have jointly decided to halt all ray shift operations following this pseudo-spiritron transfer. After this, barring authorization from the new director being appointed in December, we won't be able to ray shift anymore no matter what. That's disappointing to hear, but it does make sense. We shouldn't be ray shifting after humanity has stabilized anyway, since it does involve time travel. Exactly, which is why the ray shift technology will be sealed away once we've dealt with this final instability. It's now been 72 hours since this large-scale disappearance occurred on the east coast of North America, with Salem at its center. Let me start by telling you that we've learned directly from our own investigation and information gathering. First off, we've decided to call the darkness that sprang up from out nowhere to cover all of Salem the Mist. Given how it absorbs all visible light and other forms of electromagnetic waves and doesn't obey any laws of physics, we are certain it is an instance of magecraft. Its scale remains unchanged since it first appeared, as I mentioned earlier, a near perfect circle with a radius of 7 kilometers. We also know now that the mist extends upwards to an average altitude of 600 meters. It's easy to enter this area, but so far, nothing that has done so has made it back out. Every one of the unmanned vehicles, unmanned surveillance units, drones, and closed-circuit robots sent in by the US Army has been swallowed up by the dark. Either that, or they simply ceased functioning the moment they got too close. They haven't tried using helicopters. I'm told they're called Apaches to lower in sensors, but all of those ended up being destroyed as well. So not a single drone made it back? I'm afraid not. Each and every one of them ended up broken or inoperable. A number of journalists snuck past the Army's blockade and went into the mist themselves, but there's no sign that any of them ever returned. The same is true for the trained animals that were sent in for recon, poor things. Nor have we been able to confirm any birds or other wild animals either coming from the mist or going into the mist. Curses. Then it has become completely barren wasteland, a barbaric land of darkness that does not suffer even a single watt to pass. We next tried to fight magecraft with magecraft by bringing in our own mages. They sent in familiars protected by magical barriers, cyber, daemons, automata, and more. Unfortunately, despite the local staff's best efforts, those ended in failures too. But as of last night, we finally received word that a single attempt was successful, returning with valuable new information. Could you not have just led that with... Fucking Anderson, dude. Could you not have just led with that and spared us all the extra nonsense? I mean, what did the U.S. Army's troubles really matter to us? How dare you! Edison. How dare you! Have you no respect for their sense of duty? My schedule is completely shot thanks to having to write a manuscript on such short notice. Just look at these bags under my eyes. Now, my friend, I understand how you feel, but let us not make molehills into mountains. The important thing is that our work is now done. Our duty has passed like a ship in the night. You there, leave that alone. We need it for dealing with the mist properties and to prepare for our future countermeasures. It's especially important that you understand this part, Max. You weren't able to contact the inside even with magecraft? Why were you two writing a manuscript? Oh, that? We poor feeble authors were by fucking... These writers, dude, are so wacky. Oh, that? We poor feeble authors were beset by a storm last night, but I believe your attention would be better spent on the matter at hand. The only thing that made it back was a single mechanical doll. It was originally designed to be a clock before a puppet master mage, disguised as a clockmaker, repurposed it. It's made out of oak gears, cast iron nails, and baleen, a robot created without any modern technology whatsoever. This medieval robot managed to bring back sketches of what things are like inside the mist by automatically transcribing what it saw with its crystal pupils. Take a look at these. Monka. 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 Honestly, I don't believe Australia actually exists with all the stories about it. It's probably an IRL lost spell or something, especially with all of its crazy-ass animals. Kangaroos aren't real. I guess I live in the middle of the ocean. We need Australia Emu War Singularity, man. I want it. I see. Yes, this is definitely Salem. A peaceful, run-of-the-mill village whose pious residents live their lives with integrity. However, this is not modern-day Salem. These sketches clearly show how it looked centuries ago. Right. We've cross-referenced them with our own records and found that they were identical to Salem in the 17th century. Basically, the world within the darkness is 17th century Salem, as it was in the colonial times. I see. That would mean it's still British territory then. No wonder the US Army was so completely useless. Be quiet! This cowardly invasion cannot stand! What about the 50,000 people who live there now? Remember, this is not the first time this land has been invaded. True, Geronimo! Speaking facts! Ah! Oh. As we've established, the recorded observations of Salem in the 17th century. The only way the robot could make such observations is if in the past has been faithfully recreated or in some manner of magecraft displacing the area itself. It's fascinating to wonder, but the effects this could have on humanity is immeasurable. This is almost certainly the work of a demon godpillar still plotting to incinerate humanity. Demon godpillar. That reminds me. Geronimo, earlier you said that the name Salem is cursed. What did you mean by that? That's all in the past now. It belongs to history. Do you mind if I tell this story, Mr. Edison? By all means, though we may wish it weren't so. This remains a part of our nation's history. Very well then. The town of Salem and its neighboring lands were home to three tragedies. The first was plague. When the white man came to our shores, he brought with him an epidemic that nearly wiped out the Massachusetts tribe living in the Boston Harbor. The second was war, albeit this war was more of a massacre. The Wampanoag tribe members that managed to survive the plague put up a valiant fight. But in the end, their chief's skull still became an ornament for the white man's village. Never mind that the white man only survived this cruel winter thanks to the resources the Wampanoag, am I pronouncing that right? Wampanoag left behind. In a stroke of truly bitter irony, the state would go on to be named after the Massachusetts tribe, and these events would be celebrated as a national holiday. Finally, the third tragedy that took place in Salem was the witch trials. This time, the white man went around killing his own kind. Fearing the devil's influence, they hung many innocent people. I trust you now see why I called it a cursed land. I do. Wait, trials? I thought the term was witch hunt. So, do these trials have anything to do with John? Ha ha ha! It may seem that way, but in truth, the two events were completely unrelated. Witches were never anything more than another creation of man's fevered imagination and infinite capacity for self-delusion. Fire, burn, and cauldron bubble. They are merely characters who only ever appeared in works of fiction. I may have made use of them myself in my own stories, but I have never once encountered them in genuine article. That's why Medea's here. Okay. Seething. Furthermore, those who claim these fictional beings are real in order to serve their own selfish ends are simply in denial of that delusion. In my own times as well, people censored the truth through skin and scent, even if they did rarely put pen and paper to express what they truly thought. That there is indeed a collective unconscious that fears witches and their curses. Now that some time has passed since then, I wonder what things are like in the modern day. I believe that is less relevant than one might think. I have no interest in determining where in history the late 17th century Salem should fall. Nevertheless, it is abundantly clear that piety was not the only thing that Puritans brought to the New World. Those who loathe sin, who would judge sinners by their own hands, are inevitably the sort who wish to engage in sin themselves. Such people will always exist. No matter the day and age, it is fundamentally aspect of the criminal mind. So, what then? Is a witch a criminal? A victim? The answer to that question has changed as people's beliefs have shifted over time. As one who understands the mysteries and mystic and rejects the guidance of an unknowledgeable god, I would say the witch trials were exactly what their name suggested, a lawful process used to pass judgment on so-called witches. An attempt to manage the frenzied panic of a witch hunt in a stylish, civilized manner. Of course, offering madness a seat at the dinner table after it comes barging in unannounced does nothing to change its inherent nature. Thus, the persecution of witches continued unabated in the West until it culminated in its final chapter in the New World. Ironically, in Salem, a land steeped in pious faith. It was there where the devil truly ran free, where reason and desire, scientific spirit, and occult mindsets came together. Enough! Put the violin away. What possible use could it be here? If you want to hear yourself talk, then go to your room where you won't bother anyone. Oh, was that a bit long-winded? And here I thought I was being considerate by drawing the listener in with a generous amount of exposition. I think that's enough witch trial talk for now. For my part, over the last few days, and I've been investigating whether there might have been any changes in the past events. I've been checking in on the repaired foundations over and over for signs of instability. I haven't overlooked anything, and yet, something is still going on. There's something about this singularity that's unlike anything we've seen so far. Some small distortion that threatens the very rules of our world. The data is indeed accurate, and this case is undeniably clear for all I see. Which would mean the culprit is closer to a god than a human, a demon god to be precise. It is certainly no surprise that a demon god pillar would act veiled in secrecy, but even mysterious acts like this are bound in incontrovertible rules. However, these rules cannot be tested from the outside. To do so, one must venture inwards, to get, as they say, up close and personal. Holmes is right. If we can't get information that makes sense from the outside, then we have to investigate them from the inside. Master Max, as Chaldea's acting director, I am formally requesting that you be the one to enter the mist. I want you to investigate whatever it is inside, rescue as many people as you can, find the demon god pillar, and destroy it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, but, how exactly do I do that? You're up, Mash. Right. The mist-bounded field. We've conducted a number of tests in our analysis of the one automata that successfully returned, and learned that the mist eliminated anything made with post-17th century technology. That's why the cutting-edge drones that were sent in ceased to function. What's inside the mist? Well, as the acting commander said earlier, there do appear to be humans inside. What's more, we believe that they are leading normal lives despite their confinement. Normal lives? Then the people who live there are all right? Oh, but wait a moment. Wouldn't they be panicked out of their minds? I know I would. I'm afraid Unfortunately, we just don't know whether those people are safe. We haven't gathered enough information yet. As you saw from the sketches, the area inside the mist has changed completely. It appears to be recreating Salem and the way its people lived their lives in the late 17th century. Whatever the reason for that may be, that's where we need to begin. Wow, I'm impressed you figured that out so quickly. How did you learn all that from the Automa alone? This was information we got from the near-future observation lens Shiba, incredibly detailed information too, especially given that it was observing something in present-day space-time. Usually Shiba isn't much help at all, so the whole staff was puzzled by why we were able to use it there. I'm sure there's a good explanation for it, but since we don't have the time to figure it out right now, I'm just going to chalk it up to an unexpected stroke of good luck. Indeed, truly this is an act of providence. God has clearly seen it fit to bless us in a dire time. Now, we should hurry up and find a way through that field, whatever it takes. I agree, which is why Holmes and I put our heads together and came up with a possible strategy. A ray shift that results in the same era. This way, we can send you straight to the heart of Salem without moving you across time. However, there are two major conditions involved with this plan that I need you to understand, Max. As I explained earlier, we get one round-trip ray shift, period. What's more, the number of people we shift is severely limited. The Association has already forced us to shut down the reactor of Chaldea's basement, so we only have enough remaining magical energy for one last large-scale round trip. But there are exceptions to every rule, huh? Just as goes to show you can't cross a bridge until you come to it. We're not operating independently anymore. We can't afford to be optimistic or even pessimistic. As for the second condition, you'll need to dress for the occasion so that you don't stand out in late 17th century Salem. Think of it as an official sanctioned cosplay. Yay! It may sound silly, but we believe it will be essential to letting you move around Salem unimpeded. Sounds great to me. I'll go first then. You can't. Why not? Bill, tell him. Indeed. Once we learned all this, Lady Da Vinci asked us to come up with a scenario for infiltrating the area. I nearly fainted when I first thought she was talking about me to sneak in, so you can imagine my relief to know this is not the case. You do know you don't have to share every thought that comes into your swollen head of yours, don't you? Haha, after all, we servants are but a band of fools and eccentrics. As such, we are well suited to being actors. Thus, in this scenario, you will visit Salem as a part of a traveling group of performers. A trope. Is trope or trope, if you will? What a joke. The great William Shakespeare reduced to writing a script for a glorified circus act. I knew, even before you put a quill to paper, that taking into account the inexperienced actors and the uptight audience, there was no way the script would be suitable. Ha ha ha, for now, Anderson. There is nothing more delightful in a story than surprising and well-conceived twist. In this case, we hardly need a world-class talent, of course. They will need to be able to perform in some fashion, or the whole ploy will be for naught. But a trope is, by definition, a place where those who are otherwise unable to earn a living drift together, which makes it perfect for camouflage. Wait, hold up. You mean we're going to be performing? Is there a problem with that? I think it's a pretty clever idea myself. As for which servants will actually be joining this trope, I decided to choose them myself, taking Bill's opinion into account, of course. Why does she call Shakespeare Bill? That's so silly. I get it's a different name from William, but still. Bill. Troop. Since sorcery is real and fate, people calling out witches might have actually been correct. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. What class would an emu servant be? Foreigner. The place that doesn't seem real is Florida. True. I live in America and Florida doesn't seem real, man. Florida, man. Let me tell you, it was a terrible headache coming up with the scenario that fit these rank amateurs. Still, that's not to say it wasn't fulfilling. Go ahead and knock yourselves out with this manuscript. Just make sure you pay it in full. You pay in full up in front. So then, neither Shakespeare or Anderson will be joining this mission? What about you, Geronimo? I'm sure Senpai would greatly be relieved to have you go along. I'm sorry, Mash, but I can't do that. I wasn't cast in this operation either. No doubt they thought my inclusion would lead to unforeseen difficulties, even as a member of the troupe. I would like nothing more than to help, but not if it means putting my friend in danger. Oh, I see. Wait, why can't he go? Is it because of his involvement at the time? On the flip side of that, what's gotten into you, Medea? You loathe this idea from the moment you heard of it. You said you'd refuse even if we used a command spell. Does the fact that you've been standing around without making a peep mean you still haven't made a decision? Well, I guess I'm still thinking about it. You want to send Medea to Salem? Are you serious? Even if she is just going to pretend to be a troop member, that's far too dangerous. After all, Medea really is a... Exactly. Regardless of Medea's extenuating circumstances, sending a real witch to a place famous for witch hunts is the height of folly. Ugh, boring, dull, dim-witted. I should have expected no better response from a lion. Quiet. There is not a hint of humor or adventure to be found in it. Indeed, couldn't have said it better myself. Ha! Go ahead and laugh if you want. I'm used to being ridiculed by selfish so-called geniuses. But this is neither the time nor place to be discussing humor, or fashion, or patents. There are American citizens who have been swallowed up by this darkness. Their very lives are at stake. If you want to be funny, then save it for the movies. I understand you're very patriotic, Edison, but I'm afraid things just aren't that simple. This may be a modern day, but we're dealing with a world from the past and a town of witch hunts where external support just isn't an option. Common sense alone won't get us through this. We need a specialist's expertise. That's why we're counting on Medea to serve in an advisory role. If a demon god is behind this, then it's going to be an extremely difficult mission. And there's no one better suited to find the line between superstition and magecraft than her. Of course, we really didn't expect this request to upset her like this. But if she has changed her mind after sleeping on it, then all's well that ends well. But settle down. There's no problem here. Huh? No, wait. Let me try that again. There's no need to make a fuss over things that haven't come to pass, Mash. I swear by Hecate that I won't let any harm befall Master. What's this? Are you feeling a bit off today or something? I was just in a bad mood last night. Anyway, it's up to Master to make the final call. Am I wrong, little writer? Oh, I'm getting chills. There's something seriously wrong with her. What about you, Mash? Are you coming along too? I can't. I was never part of the cast to begin with, so... Anyway, now that you're all caught up, I'm going to go ahead and begin the race shift preparations. In the meantime, Max, I want you to brief everyone we chose to accompany you. Remember, we don't have a lot of time before you need to leave. I especially want you to keep in mind that this is one and only chance to race shift. Did any summons? Nah. I mean, I did do a couple single summons, like the other day, yesterday, and I did get the Summer Kiara, so that's pog. Just from a, not a ticket, but a 3-quart summon. I threw a few multis at it ever since that banner went live, and I was just throwing a bunch of single rolls on it and got Summer Kiara, so that's pretty pog. I just wanted a single copy too, just for collection purposes. I know that you kind of need higher NP copies to loot, but it's cool to just to have a copy though, period. Sad eggplant. Oh. Hi, Mash. What are you reading there? Oh, this? It's the file for the mission. Did you already finish your briefing? Me? Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been working pretty hard these last few days, but I'm feeling better now that I've had a bit of a break. Compared to what you and everyone else who's about to head to Salem must be going through. I'm sorry, you're right. Looking back now, I have been a bit discouraged. It goes without saying at this point, but I'm not a combatant anymore. I'm Da Vinci's assistant and a summoning circle engineer. Having an ordinary Chaldea staff member like myself go to somewhere like Salem would only put me and everyone else in danger. I just wish there was some way I could be useful. Useful. That's it! Mash? I'm sorry, Senpai. I just remembered something urgent I have to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare right away. See you later! What was that all about? Now that was some impressive Kohai power. That's my eggplant. Looks at the lost spell. Sure. Okay, it looks like everyone's all set. We'll be sending a party of 6 into Salem, including Max. Once again, do not let your guard down after making your way past the bounded field. Make sure not to say or do anything that would give away the fact that you aren't originally from the 17th century. Alright, initiating race shift sequence. Wait! Please, take me with you to Salem. Huh? Well, now that's a pretty last-minute request, but I'm afraid we've already filled up all the roles we need. There aren't any other... Yes, there is! I've heard that troops like these have a prompter who works behind the scenes to feed the performance their lines. In that case, I believe Senpai will need a dependable Kohai to be his secretary. Don't worry about the scripts. I've already learned them all by heart. I dare say you won't find a better prompter than me on short notice anywhere, so once again, I request to accompany the rest of the troop. Of course, I'm certain I can be useful as an on-site Chaldea staff member as well. Way to go, Mash! I second that request! You memorized our entire script? Well, I'm impressed. I certainly can't argue with that. What do you think, Mr. Showbiz? Does your script need a bit of support? My script is nothing less than perfection itself. However, even as perfect script means little without actors to bring it to life. A prompter to feed the performers on stage their lines, you say? Such a role could be crucial to ensuring the success of a performance put on by an amateur cast. Above all, I cannot help but commend her for memorizing the entire script. As such, I am more than happy to support Mash's request. Besides, if the troupe cannot perform convincingly, they are certain to come under suspicion. To be honest, I think this would be a great help. What do you think, Geronimo? I'm afraid I can't concur. Having a young girl accompany a troupe of performers is bound to invite misunderstandings. It would be dangerous even with the threat of the combat, but I will say that Mash seems to have taken all of that into consideration, in which case I believe this is Master's decision to make. I honestly did think I could use an assistant. What if we say she's the troop leader's little sister? Little. If anything, I believe Mash would be more convincing as your older sister. I'll warn you now, Max. Such a pretense would only invite further suspicion. Me? Playing Senpai's older sister? Oh no! I can see you're set on this, and the other party members don't appear to have any objections. If Max is okay with it, then I have no real basis to refuse Mash's request. But let me give you this warning. Integrity won't keep you safe in a world of abnormalities. Sometimes you'll need to be a straight-up sophist, or look the other way. At times like that, you'll need to weigh on your own principles against the mission's success. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. I'm counting on you, Max. Good luck. Okay, everyone, we're off. To Salem! Alright then, in that case, I hereby issue the Remnant Order's final command. Master Max will arrive at Salem Singularity at the current time. Make sure you make full use of your experience to date, and see to it that you come back safely from this especially exceptional mission. Damn, we didn't even have a countdown that time. What the heck? Where's the countdown? Excellent. Everything looks good with the ray shift. Okay, let's get back to our monitoring duties. All servants remain on standby until further notice. Do you think it was a good idea to let her go along? I knew that Mash would want to go. You were the one who was most against it, Da Vinci. I've nearly been accused of being a witch myself. Oh, not in the room flying, wand-wielding, people-cursing sense so much as being thought of as a heretic. Somebody claimed that the autopsies I did for research were evil rituals. I'm sorry to say that back then I didn't handle it very bravely. Instead of standing up for what I believed in, I found myself at a loss for words. I turned my back on the truth and had to lie about who I really was. Over time, that kind of pressure starts to eat away at you. It's like poison more than anything else. I just thought that Mash was a little young to go through that kind of torture. Don't be silly. Those two will all have seen nearly every side of humanity by now. The ugliness of the witch trials should put a nice bow on the whole thing. Besides, the very notion of sending a troupe of performers into a Puritan village was utter lunacy from its genesis. Indeed, fighting fire with fire, as they say. Ha 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 ha. Huh? Where are Max and the others? Did they already leave? Huh? What are you still doing here? What's going on? Was there a problem with the ray shift? Oh ho ho, we seem to have gotten a twist rather early in the story. How delightful. How is this delightful? This is terrible! Is there no way we can contact them? I've been knocked out this whole time. That wasn't me who went all along. Monka! That was someone pretending to be me, using magic as a disguise. So we're dealing with someone capable of outwitting a witch. This is bad. If you're here, then who is the Medea we sent to Salem? Damn it, and here I was thinking we were gonna get some Medea story with fucking... I thought she was actually gonna show up in the story. The Forbidden Advent Garden, Salem, heretical. Salem. Monka. 1692. Alright. Sheesh. I know, we don't even know who came with us either, I don't think. Power down? Wait a second. Medea always taking the L, Sag. Little sister, damn, Ritsuka really just family zone. Mashu feels bad, man. Does this mean we've made it inside? It looks like we're in the forest outside of Salem, sometime before daybreak. I mean, that is what we were trying for, but it's so dark, even for night. Is everyone alright? I'm still getting my bearings here. Sure doesn't feel too hospitable, though, I'll tell you that much. I figured it'd be pitch black inside the mist, but it's actually a lot brighter than I thought. I'm impressed, Robin. I should have known you'd have great night vision. I can barely see a thing. Do you think you could take guard duty? Sure, you got it. I'll check our watches against the stars later to make sure we're all synced up too. Well, that didn't take long. I've already got eyes on someone suspicious. Looks like a guy, but that's a witch if I've ever saw one. Just look at his beady evil eyes. Are you talking about me? That's Rich. If I were you, I'd hope no mistakes me for a bandit and shoots me. Stop that, you two. You should at least try to act like performers. What if someone overheard you? Good point. Wait, what the? Damn, you scared me. Oh, I know you. You're Crown Prince Neza, one of the newbies. You've been standing there so still that I mistook you for a wax doll. Dolls lack capacity for thought. You show no sign of thought. Does that mean you are a doll? Ouch, that's harsh. Guess I deserve that. Sorry. Just forget I said anything. Is everyone here, Mash? Just a moment, Senpai. Slowly but surely, my eyes are starting to adjust to the dark. Over there, is that... Monka. Medea? It is you, right? Can you come closer, please? We need to stick together right now. Monka. I know. Ray shifting. Whoever thought it was a good idea to combine magecraft and science. I don't think I'll ever get used to this feeling. Huh? Anyway, that's all 7 of us, including Senpai. Everyone, please make sure that you have all your things. Then we'll be on our way. Okay, let's go find the village. Man, I can't believe we're all stuck walking. You'd think Da Vinci could have planned something a little more convenient. Besides, if we had covered a wagon to ride in, it'd go a long way towards helping the locals buy what they're selling. Buy what we're selling. You really do love complaining, don't you? We were only able to bring a bare minimum of equipment we need. We'll just have to make do with what we got. That's always how it is with race shifts. If we need anything else, then we procure it on site. Yeah, I know. We're traveling performers, so we don't have a lot to our names. Guess I should be more honored that the bard himself came up with our little bit of theater. Come to think of it, we ought to decide for a name for our merry band. Any ideas, Master? I was wondering about that too. We should figure that out before we run into anyone. Okay, let's go with the Max Company. The Max Company, huh? That's great. What's so funny? It's not all that bad. You really don't have any manners, do you? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a little too witty for you? I didn't know you great scholars were so hard-headed. I gotta say, though, I don't think that it's not all that bad as kind of condescending as praise goes. I didn't mean it like that, but now that you mention it, don't worry, I don't mind. I know what you meant. Thank you, Ringmaster. You're very kind. Senpai? I can't help but notice that Robin and Sanson are always at each other's throats. Well, one's a poster boy for irreverence. One of them's basically Mr. Reverence. Whatever. I know we prepared for it, but it's not like we're for sure gonna put on a play. I'd just as soon not cross that bridge if I don't have to. Don't worry, I can always entertain with my dancing. Besides, we also have 2 beautiful stars right here, right? Me? I know that Neza is an important character in many Chinese operas like Journey to the West, but you're also talking about me, are you? You're not also talking about me, are you? I sure am. If I have to, I'll even bring Master up on stage. I can hear the sweet sound of applause now. If Mash does, I guess I can too. Senpai? If that is your wish, Master, I shall do my best. I believe the expression is knock them dead? That doesn't mean actually kill them. It's all pretend, got it? So don't go shooting at us or the audience. Oh, and there's that last thing I want to make, and there's one last thing I want to make sure of. I get we're going to try to explain our outfits as being performers' costumes, but isn't it going to be a problem that we've got some obviously Asian people here with us? I think we should be okay there. I was concerned about that, how Senpai would be received here, so I checked our historical records. The late 17th century was also the tail end of the Age of Exploration. At the time, most of interest in colonization had moved to the New World. But Europe had already a strong connection to Asia, thanks to the East India Company. The regularly imported spices from Southeast Asia, textiles from India, and tea ceramics from China. So, since Salem was a British colony and would later go on to be a thriving port town with lots of trade, the people here may not exactly see Asians every day, but they also shouldn't be so unusual that it would make them distrust us. Huh, that's so. Figures that tea would be one of the great British Empire's 3 base desires. Be that as it may, we should still prepare ourselves to be treated with prejudice. Indeed. What's more, we do not know for sure that the culture here is the same 17th century Salem from our history or not. By the way, Max, is there a way for us to contact Chaldea here? Huh? You mean our communications device? Didn't Da Vinci explain all this to us herself, Medea? I was present as an assistant myself, but I was preoccupied with making sure Senpai didn't nod off. Yes, of course, I just wanted to review the information given how important it is. What was the deal with that again? We can never return to Chaldea ever again. Huh? You're kidding, right? Don't tell me we're stuck here forever. Yes, he's kidding. Oh, Senpai. I have a special device for that purpose, though it will take some time to set up, so we won't be able to report our safe arrival back into Chaldea until that's done. Can anyone at all use that device? No, only Senpai. Ordinarily, this area would prevent any kind of magical communication at all. Ordinarily, this area wouldn't permit any kind of magical communication at all, but I was told we can get around that by linking the key mechanism to Senpai's command spells. Since Senpai has a strong connection to all the servants still in Chaldea. However, this method makes use of a backdoor, a byproduct of sorts that happens when Shiba acts up. So I believe it will only be used for this particular ray shift. That said, it's not as though we're pressed for time. The important thing is that our ray shift here was successful. I see. They really thought this through. Huh? Is there something important you need to contact Chaldea about? No, I was just curious. Hold it. I see a light up ahead. It's a campfire. Oh, does this mean we're already at the center of Salem? I doubt it. If that were the case, we'd be seeing fields long before even a hint of houses. There's a fair few people. I can hear them chattering amongst themselves. We ought to keep out of sight and move in for a closer look. Abby! Do you all have your white ash branches? These are our magical wands. Now it's time to rap on the door. Tap it 3 times against the earth, against the invisible door. Rat-a-tat, 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 tap. This door leads to the world beyond, and once it's open, a spirit will appear and gift us with prophecy. What sort of prophecy, Abby? It will tell you things about the future. You desire the boy of your dreams, and also glimpses of a far, far away world that's nothing like our own. The spirit will whisper that you must do to make your dreams come true. I want a dress that's even whiter than snow, something that's sure to catch his eye. I want to be a brunette with hair dark as a raven's feathers. I want to know who I'm going to marry one day. Eek! Okay then, everyone, make your wish as you throw your wands into the fire. Shall we sing Tituba's magical spell too? Yes, let's! Okay, what the hell is all that? They all look like they're girls from a village, but they're all acting, well, crazy. Oh, look how much fun they're having in dancing. I wish I could join them. But what are the girls that young doing out this late at night? Could it be a trap? Or some sort of magical ritual? Do you sense any magical energy, Medea? No, but... Oh, this is bad. Very bad. What is? If anything, the opposite. I sense nothing since we came here. Our magecraft has been severely weakened. Here, let me prove it. Robin, Sanson, dancing girl, can you change into your spirit forms? No, I can't. What's going on here? Oh no, are you no longer servants? Don't tell me you've been incarnated. No, that's not what this is. It feels more like I've been crammed into a temporary human body than anything. I thought the Spiritron conversion felt a little weird, even after the ray shift. Man, this is gonna be a real pain in the ass. Who goes there? Monka? Who are you? Robin, lower your bow. It's just a child. Damn it, I let my guard down even when we got here. If she overheard what we were just talking about. Hi there, young lady. What brings you out here? You're outsiders. Senpai? Keep calm and act troopish. Are those girls over there friends of yours? Friends? I don't have any friends. Hello there. I am sorry if we startled you. As you saw, that scene... He's trying to speak with an accent, I think. Hello there. I am sorry if we startled you. As you saw, that scene is not yet ready for the performance. But don't worry, we're not... that accent. Are you a French soldier? A fugitive? I have to get out of here. Uh-oh, she ran off into the woods. You there! Sanson, Mash, wait! We can deal with her later. Something's going on near that campfire. Master? Ah! Stay together, everyone. They'll pick you off if we get separated. What's going on? Why are there wild beasts so close to the village? Come on, Abby, let's get out of here. Wait, let me get a piece of firewood. Otherwise... Ah! We have to stay together. Get back. Grr. Gar. Roar. Eee! Yippee! What the fuck? Huh? Man, these New World beasties sure are rowdy. Who are you? Just an old dummy who didn't realize he'd been surrounded by wild beasts, young lady. Too bad none of them seem like they'd make a good dinner. Hell, they look hungrier than we are. Demonic presence, these beasts no longer. Why does she talk like that? Ringmaster, you don't mind if we throw down these things, right? Wait, Ringmaster, we need to help these girls first. Can't have these things acquitted a taste for people. Matahari, you and Mash go get the girls somewhere safe. Yes, Ringmaster. Your village is down that way, right? Then let's get going. Here we go. Alright, I wonder what the power decrease means. Am I still gonna be able to loot? Oh, is it the levels? 45, 50. Damn, what the hell? Interesting. Hey, we can still loop though. Easy clap. This singularity is gonna be easy. Your levels are all halved. Gotcha. The soundtrack top. We got a gold drop. What was that? A nut? Skills and the rest stay the same. If you get an overkill at the right hit, you can still loop. Hell yeah. And done. I'll go ahead with Master. You guys finish up here. What's going on here? It's lucky that these creatures weren't too strong, but it seems our strength has been halved. Indeed, this strange false incarnation has some dire effects. And I thought, at some point, we may as well be human. We might be in some tough battles. We might be in for some tough battles down the road. Yes, it is difficult, but worry not, Sanson. The Buddha always watches and protects in forsaken lands. That's very reassuring, Neza. How did it feel to you, Medea? Oh wait, did you sit that battle out? So it only affects combat. What is it, Medea? Don't tell me you're upset that we beat them before you could. True, we may have overdone it. That albino girl saw us fighting. I see. That could be very bad. Do we silence her? Be careful how you say things, Neza. I'm merely worried about one of those beasts attacking her. I'm going to take a look around. Okay. I'll examine these beasts in the meantime. Monka. Bonding with your husbando Achilles, that's good. Yeah, I really want Achilles as I'm waiting for the deepening, the support list deepening system to come out. I don't know why they didn't bring it with all the other things they brought to NA early, man, but the once that's out, I'm going to have like my favorite for the normal modes anyway. I'm going to have my like favorites support list is the first one, and then like a challenge quest support lists, and then a farming support lists. And in the challenge quest support lists, I want to have Achilles with his Bondcraft essence in the writer slot, so people can literally just put him in the back line, and you could just literally in a challenge quest or something, you can just plug suit him in for invincibility, party-wide invincibility. It's so freaking clutch. Your levels are half, but double cast story makes it a non-issue. I know, there was someone saying the other day, I think it was either when I was doing Shimosa or Agartha, someone mentioned the fact that I'll be going into the Lost Belts with Castoria is gonna make all the story content like a non-issue. It's really not a tough singularity, just a lot to read. Gotcha. Yeah, I think this one, when I was looking, before I go into every singularity, I always look on the YouTube for like the full cutscene videos. I don't watch the videos because I want to stay spoiler free, but I just look at how long they are. And on average, I believe if I take into account reading, playing, and like streaming, they're around on average like double what those videos times are. And I believe the full cutscene video for Shimosa was like 9 or 10 hours, or like almost 10 hours, and I believe Salem was like like an hour under that, and so this one's gonna be like nearly the length of Shimosa. I was disappointed they didn't get that support list update too. Yeah, that's what I was really hoping for, especially with like Scotty, dude. I feel bad for everyone who doesn't have Castoria, because they're just gonna be fucking, if they still need Scotty for quick farming, they're pretty much out of luck. I know a lot of people move their Scotty to like the all slot, but then if you've got a Castoria and a Scotty in your all slot, then people are missing like a Merlin. So it'd be really nice to have that, just so everyone has all the supports they need 24/7. What's up, Mythic? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are still in the opening part of Salem. Are you all right, Senpai? Senpai? Oh, I mean, thank you for helping us. We couldn't have escaped, from those mean beasts otherwise. You saved our lives. Sanson, Neza, and Medea are putting out the campfire. They'll be here soon. Oh goodness. Are you okay? Here, I've got you. I'm sorry. Now that we're out of danger, I was just so relieved that my legs gave out. I'm Max. Can I ask for your name? Max. Of course, I'm Abigail. I live here in Salem. Who are you people? You don't look like sailors or merchants. We almost never get pilgrims or travelers here, and you're all wearing such strange clothes. We're the Max Company and a band of traveling performers. This is Max. He may be young, but he's still a ringmaster of our troop is named after. We got lost on our way to Salem and then ended up here in the woods. Performers? Oh wow! You mean you came all this way from Boston? That's wonderful. I've never seen a real play before. Everyone's going to be so happy. By the way, do you know today's date, Abigail? Oh, please call me Abby, Mr. Ringmaster. Today's date? Well, it's already past midnight, so that would make it April 21st. Yesterday was the Sabbath. The year too? Oh, it's the year of our Lord, 1692. 1692? Of all the years to come to Salem. Abigail, who are these people? Oh, Uncle. I don't know what you were thinking, taking the other children out into the woods into the middle of the night, but I'll deal with that later. Yes, Uncle. As for these people, Uncle, they're... Well now, traveling performers, The other girls tell me you saved them from a pack of wild beasts. And you are the troop's ringmaster, huh, Max? You must let me express my thanks. Let's see, it would be quite difficult to find a decent inn in Salem at this hour, and I can't have such upstanding young men and women staying at the same flop house as those ruffians from the wharf. Why don't you come stay at my home, if that's alright with you? That sounds great, thank you. Wow! Do you mean it, Uncle? That's wonderful. It's the best news I've heard my whole life. That's enough, Abigail. You put all of your friends in terrible danger. Once we get home, you will go straight to your room. You will have only water tomorrow for your breakfast and lunch. What the fuck? And of course, you are forbidden to speak to our guests until I give you permission. Okay, I understand. I will do as you say. Oh yes, I still haven't introduced myself. I am Ronald Carter, a scholar. I adopted Abigail as my own daughter after her parents. My sister and her husband passed away. Now then, it's getting rather chilly, and we can talk more tomorrow. You'll feel much better after you've rested up from a journey in a nice warm bed. I'll have Tituba fix you up something to eat, too. My friend's cherishing the 2 Scotties left in his friends list. Tom Toms, what's up? The thick boy television. Fun fact, Abby is like 5 feet tall, taller than Narrow and near Mash's height. What the fuck? Titty tuba. Oh look, we got the map now. Whoa. It's New York City. What the fuck? That's cool. I like the art. Art is so cool, man. I love art. Whoa, look at the smoke. Tituba. Titty tuba. I kind of like titty tuba. Titty tuba? Wait, isn't she a servant? I've seen her in events. I don't know her name. She was in the Summer 5 or Summer 4 event. She had the little ears that twitched and I thought they were cute. Titty tuba. There we go. Phew. Thank you for fetching the water, Titty Tuba. I didn't know what she looked like, and now I feel kind of bad. Tibuba. God damn it, chat. I guess that will be my lunch today. Dude, that's so fucked up, dude. What the fuck? You're gonna have your fucking kid drink water for breakfast and lunch? Aw, please cheer up, Miss Abby. Where are our guests? Inside. Uncle went off to see the Reverend, and I'm sure I will be scolded again later. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I just remember she was the actual historical Carather? A slave from the Barbade the Reverend had bought. What the heck? Why is she wearing that then? She looks like the attire, or at least when I saw it in the event, I thought it was like Middle Eastern, but maybe that's also because she was like with all the pharaohs and stuff in the event. What is this? Chat. I don't know how many of you are into Destiny. Look at this. What is this? Destiny just tweeted. Wait, what was the date? August 23rd, 2022. Witness what's next. Monka?
We have seen enough. The children of soul cry out for salvation. Enough death. Enough life. You have no pieces left to place.
Destiny anime pog. Oh, is it just? It's literally just a showcase announcement. Okay, well, that wasn't as cool. I thought they were gonna show something. I hope they do. For those of you who don't know, I actually live. Fuck, I can't fucking think. I actually live like 30 minutes from Bungie's headquarters, their studio. And it would be really cool if they did like an actual event showcase thing where they invited fans out, because I know they did that for the Destiny 1 launch. They actually had like fans come out to the studio and they did like a big launch party at the studio that was just open for anybody to go to. And if they did something like that for like a big Destiny 2 showcase thing, that'd be fucking sick. I'd drive up there. I can't imagine Abby saying the word titty like ever. How are the comms coming along, Mash? I double-checked everything, Senpai, but I'm afraid it's not working? Well, that's not good. I guess not even Da Vinci's inventions are always working perfectly. What the fuck? Neza, try swallowing your oatmeal before you speak. Come to think of it, weren't you supposed to be, you know, smarter? Because stuffing your face when you're a guest in someone's home isn't really a good look, you know? Especially when it's a village that doesn't exactly seem to be overflowing with wealth. Besides, oats are for horses, not people. I could do a much better job preparing this dish, even with the same ingredients. This village doesn't have the luxury of caring about food. I do feel hunger in this body. It must be an effect of this false incarnation. Of course, I expect we would be regarded with suspicion if we were never seen eating. Try not to be so uptight about it. It'll make things a lot easier if we go around playing up our image as a bunch of weirdos. I was actually able to check out the entire village. I also spread word about the troop a bit, so make sure you guys all play along. You already finished investigating the area? It's not even the afternoon yet. Way to go, sis. Like you always say, first things first. So, what is the story with this village? Like Abby said, this is definitely Salem 1692. All the villagers' stories line up. They're Puritans who originally hail from England. Most of them are farmers, fishers, and hunters, but there's also blacksmiths, cloth dryers, not to mention the Reverend. They're all industrial colonists who wake up with the sun and spend their days hard at work. There are a number of warehouses at the wharf with boats headed to England and the West Indies. Huh? That doesn't line up with our history. Salem didn't get a major wharf until... Did you say boats? As in sailors? Medea? I mean, that certainly makes sense given that this is a port town. You kind of seemed like Lily for a moment there. Don't you dare lump me in with that child! I guess there must have been an error in Sheba's observations, but still. I noticed that other deviations from our history too. People still live with their lives here just like they did in our own late 17th century, but they're not all the same people. They are a lot like folks here. There are a lot of folks here who weren't on the list of Salem's original residents. I haven't yet managed to figure out what it is they have in common, though. I see. Guess that means this isn't the Salem of our past. For my part, I scoped out the local topography around Sunrise, and while the distinctive topography and architecture is still there, the rest seems kinda off. There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't line up with the historical files Caldia gave us. Then, as we suspected, this village is actually a cunningly crafted fake. So whoever built this place is only using 17th century Salem as cover and has swapped out both the buildings and its citizens? Does this mean there's a major historical change on par with the singularity from the incineration of humanity taking place? What about the people living in modern Salem? That's just it. There can't be more than 16, maybe 1,700 people here. And I didn't see any place that could be used to keep the 50,000 people who disappeared. 50,000 people. I wonder what they could have done. I wonder where they could have gone. And that's not our only major problem. There's also the witch trials. Oh, I already know. So the only two things I knew about this story that I tweeted out earlier too when I tweeted the go live notification. The only two things I know about this are that it takes place during the singularity. Obviously, we know now it takes place during the Salem witch trials, and then I also know that Abby is involved somehow, and I know that Abby's character, just because I've seen her design, I don't know her lore, how she fits into the story at all, but I do know that her character is very inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, and I love H.P. Lovecraft shit. And so, assuming that, and assuming when we saw Abby with all the other girls saying how they were going to try to contact some kind of other mystical, or they mentioned they were meant, it was like a Lovecraft nod, whatever they were doing, some kind of spell or ritual. And in my mind, I'm theorizing right now that this story and where all the other people of modern day Salem are is that the Salem we're in right now, that's a disguise or whatever, is we're like the veil. We're on the veil right now, and I feel like there's a bunch of shit happening under the veil, and it's gonna get fucking crazy later on, and I'm excited to see that. We'll see though. And that's not our only major problem. There's also the witch trials. In our own history, 1692 was the very year when the accusations that started the witch trials began. This is a peaceful village, or at least it looked that way on the surface. But I did also see farmers arguing pretty fiercely about who owned certain lands. They looked like they were nursing some major frustrations underneath their pious exteriors. I don't blame the girls here for wanting to step out and let their hair down a bit, like they did last night. I took a peek at the grain stores, and it didn't look like they had much to spare. They must have had a string of poor crops. Seems like they just barely made it through the winter. This house just happens to be on the more prosperous side. There aren't many homes that could accommodate guests. For that matter, What if the images we got from Sheba were falsified? I can't deny that's a possibility, but... My oh my, are you already discussing your next performance? I hope that means you slept well, honored guests. Oh, Titty Tuba, right? That's right, my name is Titty Tuba. Okay, how do I pronounce this? I feel horrible for saying that.
Tituba.
Tichuba.
Tituba.
Tichuba.
Tituba.
Tichuba.
Tituba.
Tichuba. Thank you, Google. It's not a spoiler as in class definition, but the Foreigner class outside of MHXX and Voyager are all linked to Lovecraftian mythos. Outside of MHXS and Voyager, I was about to say. They are servants foreign to the Holy Grail and the Throne of Heroes. They link to a god beyond the Sea of the Star. Even BB Summer counts as that. Yeah, because I remember BB Summers was like had to do with like a moon, like a Lovecraftian like moon god or some shit, right? The only reason she's foreigner is that she saw Nyarlathotep, and while it was trying to possess her, she installed its divinity in her and closed the connection because she could. Huh. Tichuba. You haven't played Destiny in like 4 years, unfortunately. Oof. Destiny's all over the fucking place. I am a huge Destiny fan, but like whenever people like criticize the game, I'm like, your criticisms are 100% there. I'm fucking just addicted to that fucking game. I have taken a break from it in a long time. I grinded all of Witch Queen until I got burnt out, and then I started playing FGO, and I got hooked on FGO. The story for FGO is what keeps me playing, to be honest. The stories are so freaking good. I'm planning on going back to Destiny before the end of the season, though, and so it's probably not going to be until August, though, because I want to get caught up on all the Lost Belts and all that. So sometime in August, I'll be streaming Destiny 2 again. Alright. That's right. My name is Tichuba. I'm Mr. Carter's servant. A servant? Her? I apologize for prying, Tichuba, but may I ask, you wish to know where I'm from? I was born on the island of Barbados in the Caribbean. A lot of people like me were. I may work for Mr. Carter now, but I used to work for Miss Abby's father. We were told that Abigail's parents passed away. That's right. They were both killed by native people in the forest. Miss Abby was very sad about it for a long time. I felt terrible for her. I don't know what would have become of her if her uncle hadn't come along. She's doing much better these days. It's wonderful to see her smiling and happy again, but now I hear she was nearly killed by wild beasts in the woods. She must have been frightened out of her mind. Killed by natives? Native Americans? So this is why Geronimo said that he would be putting Master in an unnecessary danger if he came along. Most people would be pretty wary of outsiders after having their parents killed, but not her. She still seems real trusting. Yes. She really is a very kind girl. She even goes out of her way to talk to servants like myself. I hope you don't mind if I ask another question last night, but there was another girl besides Abigail's friends who... Oh, would you look at the time? I'm so sorry, but I need to get back to work. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for the food. Master, a word if you don't mind. What do you make of that servant? Seems perfectly nice. That she's suspiciously good looking? You mean preternaturally beautiful? No, I thought she was rather homely. Homely? Is something wrong, Medea? It's not safe to stay here. This place is being subjugated to something more powerful than we realize. Really? I'd say this place brings back some nice memories. The wind rustling through the gapes in the walls, the sour smell of horse shit, the head-splitting sound of church bells, and the bland, pasty food, the boring British small talk. Those hardly sound like pleasant memories. At any rate, don't forget that we have a duty to help those missing 50,000 people, Robin. All right, sorry. I almost forgot about the frog legs here hopping all around us. Would you care to say that again? Now don't start that again, you two. Tichuba didn't do anything wrong. Why are you doing this? I think that came from outside. That was Abby's voice. Guess the head of the house is back. Monka. FGO has the best story in the gacha market. Now I just want FGO tier story with the Genshin Impact level gameplay. Yeah, that'd be nuts. Basically, BB used a telescope to see Tan, outer god from Lovecraftian mythos from faraway space. He tried to possess her and transform her into his vessel. BB, thanks to her super AI power, cheating, just copy and pastes his power inside of her and then closes the telescope and closes the connection before he could do anything about her. And then we got the demon god pillared coconut milk, right? Genshin type FGO would be amazing. Yeah, there was a interview with Nasu from 2019, I believe, where he agreed that the gameplay of FGO was extremely dated, and that like 3D gameplays, 3D games and the power of mobile games getting better and better would be great in FGO. However, they would never be able to just update FGO and just implement it into FGO, because that would be way too hard. If they were going to do something like that, they would have to wipe the slate clean by starting another game. So hopefully that's something they can do in the future. Who knows? But I have a feeling FGO, even after Arc 2, even after Lost Belt 7, I feel like they're going to keep, as long as FGO keeps making money, I feel like they're going to keep making content for it, you know? There's so much, like, it is insane how much money fucking FGO makes, right? It's like, I believe, isn't it still Sony's number one most profitable game, which is fucking insane to think about. Out of all the other games Sony makes, they make the most money off of fucking FGO. So as long as they keep making money, they're gonna keep making content for it. Fate Battle Royale. The true Holy Grail War. The main issue with Genshin Impact type is the rooster. You can't have as many characters for a 3D game. Just look at Arcade, yeah. They'd have to completely rehaul the code. Yeah, it'd literally be easier for them to wipe the slate clean and just start with a new game. FGO is a really good game for storytelling, but for gameplay, they could just do another game on the side. If FGO 2 comes out, they'll make it a 3D game, but keep our servants from FGO 1. That'd be really good. I feel like that'd be really hard to fucking... That's so... You have... that'd be so much work to port all the fucking servants too, though. I don't know, we'll see. At the same time, it would suck if you have like an fucking NP5 of all your favorite servants and you have to fucking re-get NP5 for all your favorite servants again in the second game, right? So who knows what they'll do. Maybe they'll do something like that with Extella series. That's kind of an action combat focus. Yeah. The one reason I haven't gotten into it, Extella is the one that's on Steam, right? I think. It looked interesting, but they didn't. They have they have a pretty big size of servants, but none of the servants that I'm a really big fan of are in Extella, so I never picked it up. Extella and Extella Link. What we need is another fighting game. Remember, what was it? Unlimited Codes? Was that the name of the fighting game? I want another Fate fighting game, because that works perfect with the Fate universe, because you have characters, all the characters could have their own combos and moves and shit, and then you just have servants fight each other in a fighting game. That would be fucking badass. I want another fighting game. 300 plus servants counting JP. Yeah, that's I don't think they'd do that if they started another game. Let us port all the other servants over. There's no way. That'd be so much fucking work. It would be real. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't want it. I'm just saying it's unrealistic. I don't think there's any way they'd just port all of the servants from FGO 1 over to FGO 2. That's so much fucking work. At least let us keep our 5 stars. That's more realistic, yeah. Nausiverse just got Melty Blood not that long ago. Oh yeah, Melty Blood's a fighting game. That's not necessarily Fate. I know they have Artoria in it though, right? Isn't there 2 Fate characters in it? I think there's Artoria and someone else. I mean, we have Melty Blood, but that's, yeah, Saber's in it. I would love a strictly, or yeah, Type Moon crossover fighting game would be sick. I would love yeah, I would love a strictly Fate fighting game though, or at least one with a like a bunch of Fate servants, because the unlimited codes looked sick. I mean, they had fucking, you had normal Saber and Saber Alter and unlimited codes. Give me Saber Alter and Jalter. Yes, Artoria is in Melty Blood. I know that for a fact. I thought there was a second one, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was just multiple DLC characters I'm thinking of. But I know that Artoria is a DLC character in Melty Blood. She was the only reason I was thinking about picking it up. With so many servants, tactical RPG and turn-based RPGs are the main options for a 3D action game. It's a lot of work, yeah, for sure. It's also like hard to think of like what type of gameplay you would really do with a 3D action game. I mean, we already have arcade, so that's like a good example. But if you're thinking of like an open world Fate game, like, wouldn't make sense at all. Like, I can't think of how that would make sense story-wise, really. Musashi would be a badass in a fighting game. That would be sick. And then you could fucking do DLC where you have, or you could do microtransactions where all the servants have fucking outfits too. Imagine, oh my god, dude. Imagine how much money they would make if you had to roll for if it was a fighting game, but it was a gacha, and the fucking and there would be outfits you'd have to get from the gacha too. Jesus Christ. All right, let's get back to the story. Step aside, Abigail. I'm the one who deserves to be punished, Uncle, not her. Didn't you say that yourself? Miss Abby. The other girls and their parents say otherwise. They say that Tchubuk taught you a heretical ritual, and that you all snuck out last night to attempt it. I had them promise to keep quiet about it, so that rumors don't spread around the village. What in the world were you doing in the forest in the middle of the night, Abigail? Is something wrong, Mr. Carter? Mr. Max, I'm afraid my niece was doing something even worse than I believed last night. Unfortunately, I can no longer permit her to attend your production. What? But that's not fair. Come on, we were all kids once, right? This is no mere mischief to be simply excused. It is fortunate you were there to ensure no one was hurt. But Tchuba must be punished, and harshly, for filling the children's heads with this nonsense. She will no longer be permitted to be in their company. Punished? No, Uncle, please. She only told me because I begged her to. Please, Uncle, punish me instead. I'll take whatever punishment you see fit, even lashes, so please. It's okay, Miss Abby. I'll be alright. If I may, Mr. Carter, I understand how frustrating it must be to have a young girl under your charge running off at night. You must have been worried sick about Abby to have come so deep into the woods searching for her. That said, I know that wild beasts sometimes go after livestock, but I thought they usually stayed away from people these days. That's true, but it's not just beasts we need to worry about. The nearby forest is very dangerous. Some even say that this land is cursed, that God himself has forsaken our village. Abigail. Abigail! She just ran off. Mr. Carter. Leave her be. As for you, Tchuba, you are no longer to talk about your hometown, no matter how much the other girls beg you. Is that clear? Yes, Mr. Carter. I promise I won't do it again. I'm so sorry about this. What should we do, Senpai? We need to look for clues about the demon god. What do you think, Mash? Honestly, I'm worried about Abigail. I understand that the mission comes first, but... I see. So we'll split up into teams and investigate the village further. Understood. Our goal is to find someone trustworthy. All right, Neza. What do you say we go check up on the ocean? Detection ability, full power. Why does she talk like a robot? I'll stay in Mr. Carter's house, Master. It'd be dangerous to go around dressed like this anyway. And there's something nagging me about Tchuba. I'll keep my eye on Mr. Carter too while I'm at it. Got it. Sounds good. Battle Royale, make Fuyuki as a map with all of its buildings. It would be so hard to make, but it would be so worth it. That would be sick. I just want to walk around Caldi and say hi to our servants. What was that, what was the VR thing that they came out with recently for FGO's 5th anniversary? Be cool to do, like, expand on that and do more shit with that, because it was pretty cool. Because she kind of sort of is a robot? Huh. Like, actually, is she like what's her name from the last Singularity? The what was her name? Nezco? I can't remember the robot's name. Is she like an actual robot like that? Well, she was eating too. I don't know. Danzo, yeah, that's her name. All right, to town hall. Not exactly. Gotcha. I was at AX, but couldn't do it. Sag. Aw. Those must be traveling performers. What were they thinking coming all this way to perform in a village like this? What a disgraceful outfit. I could never let my child see that. I hope they put on a play about a romance between aristocrats. Hi there, young man. I hope you'll come out to see the Max Company perform. I thought I was used to being stared at, but this is something altogether different. Remember, we're supposed to be entertainers now, so you can't get angry no matter what they say to you. I know, but I can't help being French. I'm just out of... I just remembered Soup's alert. What is Soup's Oh, I freaking love the French. I heckin' love the French. I'm just as out of place here. Besides, you can pass as an educated gentleman as long as you keep quiet. In my case, I just come across as a Roma who came to the New World to make a fortune. These villagers may not care for the British Army, but they don't have much love for the French either. In fact, this British settlement and France are currently at odds with one another. Only 40 miles north, the French army led the Native Americans against the northern British colony, completely wiping it out. Naturally, the British retaliated, and respective colonies ended up fighting a fearsome battle. The competition for resources is fierce between colonies. War is all but inevitable. Truth be told, my great-grandfather, the first head of our family, was part of the French colonial army himself. He was deployed to Canada, but he must have taken part in skirmishes around this area as well. I see. No wonder you have such a complex feelings about this place. Retaliation after retaliation, soldiers sacrificing their lives to avenge the loss of their commanders. Is that why you and Robin are always arguing? You really should stop taking shots at him. You're barking up the wrong tree there. He's the one who keeps provoking me. And you're at least partially to blame for that. As long as you're going to be working together, you'll need to find ways to get along. Sometimes other people just have their own way of doing things, and that's okay. I'm trying to be as accommodating as I can. Oh, isn't that... Yes, that's the girl we saw last night. I've been looking for her too. Monka. I can't believe Waitley is out. I can't believe Waitley is out and about in broad daylight. You've got a lot of nerve coming out when you never show your face at a church. Grumble, grumble. I'm just going to buy whale oil. Whale oil? And just what are you going to do with that? Are you going to use it for another blasphemous spell, or... Pardon me, has this girl wronged you somehow? Who are you? Oh, you're one of those traveling performers. That's right, my name is Sanson. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tell me, what possible use would this girl have for oil besides lighting a lantern? What could she possibly have done to warrant such treatment? What business is it of yours? Ugh, Charles, what? We just talked about this. Are you threatening me? No. That was not my intention. I apologize if I offended you. What a strange man. Grumble, grumble. He's gone now. Well, I guess that worked out in the end. So, do you live in this village? The fugitive from last night? Your performers? That's right. I'm sorry for frightening you. She hasn't let her guard down at all. Would you mind if we asked about what happened last night? Anything you can tell us would be of a big help. That really surprised us seeing something like that happen right after we got here. Did Abby say something to you? Oh, so you're a friend of Abigail's? That makes this easier. Stop it. Nobody's friends with me. Lavinia. My name is Lavinia Wadley. Everyone in Salem knows my family and hates them. Did you think that old man was just yelling at me for no reason? He wasn't. The whole village hates what we're doing. I don't blame them. Did her horn just get bigger? So your family is tying you down. I'm Charles Henry Sanson. I may be French, but I'm not your enemy. Are you defending me? Why are you being nice to me? Is it because of how I look? I'm an albino, a freak, a living skeleton. All your albinoism means is that you were born without enough melanin. That's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just a part of who you are. I don't find it ugly at all. However, it would behove you to eat better, if you don't mind me saying so. You're an idiot, baka! If you want your show to succeed here, you should stay away from me. We would never charge admission to children. Isn't that right, Matahari? Of course not. We hope you see our show, Lavinia. If you'd like, we'd even be happy to provide a seat where you can watch in privacy without worrying about the rest of the audience. Then, I just have one request. What's that? Don't tell Abby I was there last night. If you do, I'll tell everyone else what I saw. I'll tell them you used magecraft to kill those beasts. I saw the whole thing. Why is she so certain about that? So, you wish to keep your presence a secret from Abigail, do you? I can see that this is very important to you. So, what will you do? Alright, we promise we won't tell her. Don't talk to me again, okay? I'm afraid we can't promise that. Guess we've got a problem on our hands. Could an ordinary child be so unbothered after seeing a fight like that? The Whately family? I think we better look into them as well. That's all well and good, but you kind of look to me like you cared more about her than her possible connection to the demon god pillar. Are you sure we can trust her? I am, yes. Really now? Well, never mind that for the time being. Let's go report this to Master. I wonder how Robin and the others are doing. Huh, well that got interesting. She is an artificial human made with sage art, still biological, but somehow between human and an immortal. Oh, this one? Neza? That's interesting. So she's similar to a homunculus, yes? Not far off from a homunculus, if I am to go off something. I mean, to be 100% honest, if I saw a girl that looked like that, I'd be a little off-put too. Yeah. I mean, she has a fucking horn growing out of her head, dude. Robin, suggestion, listen. What is it, Prince Neza? If you got something secret to tell me, make it quick. Because there's a sweet little tavern over there with my name on it. Dude, if I want to make a devious lick emote, and I should make it Robin. Do a Robin, like, fucking, or rubbing his hands together. Devious lick Robin. Because there's a sweet little tavern over there with my name on it. On duty, drink not, want not. I mean, Robin, listen, have a suggestion. Yeah, what is it already? This area, strange, unrealistic, therefore, no sense, in sneaking. We capture villagers, question them individually, rational, efficient. We can handle anyone who resists, concern, unnecessary. Yeah, basically like a divine homunculus. Interesting. Gotcha. Aha, I see. No wonder you were cast in a period of peace. Wait, what? No wonder you were cast in a period piece. Naturally. So you're kind of chafing under the whole slow, methodical investigation thing, huh, yeah? I don't blame you. If we wanted to run in and start throwing our weight around to find out what we're looking for quickly, we could do that. We're servants, and they're just ordinary people. They'd be way easier to handle than monsters. That said, I won't pretend like I've got everything all figured out, but even though we can feel the runaway demon god pillar's aura all around us, we're still trying to figure out what's really going on here. You still haven't been at Chaldea all that long. You weren't with us traveling back in time during the restoration of humanity. Back then, we had to be real careful not to interfere too much, or we'd end up changing history. There's little chance of that happening here, but we've still got to be careful. Careful not to bring along anything that didn't exist in this time so we could get in here to begin with. And we're dealing with this false incarnation nonsense weakening us. If we just stormed in and made enemies of the whole town, we might have wound up dead. They could have brought a whole militia against us or something. We always had the option of brute force where necessary in other singularities, but here I think that might actually be the worst thing we could do. I'm pretty sure Master's picked up on this too, you know? If you were to ask him, he'd tell you that violence isn't the answer here in Salem. It's kind of like we're trying to make our way through dense fog with someone holding on to our lifeline. Don't know about you, but I sure don't want to accidentally break one of this world's rules so we don't yet know and just get knocked right off the stage. As long as we don't know who we're up against, it's best to act like each step could be our last. Besides, we're out here trying to keep these people safe, remember? This is a peaceful village of innocent people. We have no call to go around hurting them, right? Pondering, reconsidering. Understood. We'll play along. Really? Awesome. Good to see you can listen, unlike a certain frog I could mention. Right then, let's go try some of that Caribbean imported rum. No drinking, hinders investigation, out of the question. Come on, you're kidding, right? Don't get that straight-laced on me now, Your Highness. She's cute. What's up, Unafraid? Wait, let me... Considering Robin stole things in his legend, making a devious lick of him is 1000% accurate? Yes. Summer Murasaki came, I came, and Saberlot came, for fuck's sake. Hey, Summer Murasaki, her final ascension arc. Violence isn't the answer, it's the question. The answer is yes. God damn it. Saberlot would probably come more for Summer Tomoni since she's a married woman. So the sea is right past those wheat fields. This whole area must be grassland. Hey, this is what the drawing was. I read that land like there is shared and managed by the whole village is called common here. This should be the side Abby ran off to. I wonder where she could be now. By the way, Senpai, did you think there was something a little strange about Medea? I thought I was just imagining things before we race shifted, but now, you know, she was acting strange. So, you thought so too then? She just doesn't seem like herself somehow. At first I thought she might be upset about how we asked her to come to a place she's best known for its witch trials, but then she was eager to help me set up the comms device last night. I'm just not sure what to think anymore. I'll see what I can find out. I trust your intuition, Mash. Senpai, thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, I hope I'm wrong about this. We made it through the bounded field and into Salem. No matter how peaceful the scenery may be, this is still enemy territory. It's eminently possible we've played into their hands without realizing it. Look, there's a gold rabbit hopping around there. What? Huh? Where did that come from? A gold rabbit? Where is it? Wait, that's not a gold rabbit. That golden hair. It's Abby! Oh, don't tease me like that, Senpai. Hey, what's up, Xerix? How you doing? Oh, hello, Mr. Ringmaster. Hello, Mash. Did you come all this way looking for me? I'm sorry for running off like that. I promise I'll go home soon. I would just like to stay out here a little longer. Abby, I'm sorry I made someone as wonderful and nice as you worry, Mash. I know it was all my fault. And I know that Uncle is being sensible. He's completely right. I was thoughtless, and I put all my efforts in danger. I even end up getting Tituba in awful trouble when she didn't do anything wrong, and after she told me so much wonderful tales about her homeland too. So Abby is... I'm interested to see how Abby ends up becoming what I know she becomes. Which is like some kind of twisted Cthulhu monster, but... she's just like a normal little girl now. I don't know how she becomes that. It's gonna be interesting. After all that, I shouldn't be allowed to watch your show like I did nothing wrong. I don't know what to say to her. Is there any way we can cheer her up, Senpai? Why don't we take a little walk? A walk? Okay, I love going on walks. There's a path to the beach down the hill over there. The wind's not too cold today, so I bet it's perfect weather for a walk. It's really nice out, right? Yes, it's lovely. Oh, I almost forgot. Uncle said I'm not supposed to talk to the guests. What about talking to friends? Oh, yes, that's a wonderful idea. You're fun, Mr. Ringmaster. What are some of your favorite things, Abby? My favorite things? I'm so glad you asked, Mr. Ringmaster. I have so many, it's hard to keep track. Let's see, one of them is definitely pancakes. I adore fluffy pancakes with lots of butter and crispy bacon on top. Oh, and more than anything, I love mashed potatoes covered with piping hot gravy. There's nothing better than that. Gulp. That does sound incredibly delicious. Gravy, huh? I've heard of it before, but I've never actually had it. What's it like? Oh goodness, Mash, you've never had gravy before? Do they not make it in Europe? It's scrumptious sauce made using the juices from cooked meat. The grown-ups all like to put it on turkey and steak, but I really love it on potatoes. It's not the kind of thing you have every day either. You only get to enjoy it on Thanksgiving. It's too bad you and the rest of the Max Company didn't come during the holiday, Mr. Ringmaster. It has been a while since we celebrated anything, though. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Still, the meal that Tituba made for us was, very good in its own right. I never had porridge before either, so it was quite, novel. It's okay, Mash, I understand. You don't have to be so polite. Tituba does the best she can with what little we have, but I know that porridge isn't something seasoned travelers like you would really love. I'm sorry. I guess you saw right through me. Tituba cares a lot about being frugal, though I'm not sure why. Maybe it has to do with her own beliefs. So when she makes porridge, she'll water down the milk and skimp a lot of the honey. I'm not sure if Uncle just doesn't mind or if he likes how she saves him money, but he never says a word about it. There are so many things Salem is missing. Do you like this village, Abby? Oh, you want to know how I feel about Salem? Nobody's ever asked me that before. I'm not quite sure how to answer. Were you born here, Abby? Yes, I was. There was a comet in the sky the year I was born. It was so big you could even see it during the day. I don't remember seeing it myself, but I'm sure it must have been a wonderful sight. Anyway, I'm sure Salem pales in comparison to some place like Boston, but even this town has a lot going for it. Uncle told me that its name comes from the word Jerusalem. You know all about Jerusalem, right? Even good Christian does. Every good Christian does. It's the holy city that was once ruled by both King David and King Solomon. The Knights of the Crusades headed east to find it, but our pilgrim fathers set sail for the west instead. When they arrived at the New World, they founded the towns of Plymouth, Boston, and Salem. It must have been really hard when they first arrived, but now ships come here from all around the world. And you saw how big our rye fields are, right? Can you believe this all used to be a woodland once? God was kind enough to let us put down roots and settle here. We're truly blessed. You're very proud about being part of a pioneer village, aren't you? Of course I am. It's where I was born and raised, after all. Isn't everyone proud of where they grew up? Yes, that's right. I think I can understand how you feel, if only a little. This is how history was made, after all. Plus, at this time, New England was still a British colony and hadn't yet declared its independence as America. America? Who's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Just forget I said anything. Come on, Eggplant! You're screwing up! That's right, the people of Salem still are technically British, even if they did become colonists to seek their independence. I have to remember they're not servants and don't have any modern-day knowledge. Have you ever been anywhere besides Salem, Abby? Well, no, not yet. I haven't left Salem in my whole life. Really? Not even once? No, not even once. Everything I know about Boston I heard from others. I'm sorry for misleading you. I just love hearing about other towns and other countries. Say, Mr. Ringmaster, you and your company have performed all over Europe and the colonies, right? What sort of show did you put on in Boston? Did you stop by Jamestown, too? Is it true that New York has stores where you can buy tea and porcelain from the Orient? Oh, I really wish I could see your show, but since I can't, could you at least tell me about the different countries you've been to? Would that be alright, Senpai? Sure, we can tell you everything. We can't tell you everything, though. I'll ask your uncle if you can attend, too. Hey, Gold, what's up? Look, I gotta start doing this. How do you do... I don't even know if I have a command set up. Does that work? Sag. The fuck? What the fuck? Wait. I pressed the wrong button. Does that work? Yeah, look at that. Trying to smooch back, but I don't want to dirty my monitor. I'm still every time I go into another FGO friend's stream, they always give me a shout out, and I gotta start doing that too, but I don't know how to I don't have a fucking shit set up for it. I just tried to song request you, dude. When did America start being called America? The USA didn't exist, but the continent of America did. Monka. I know, I tried to fucking song request my man. That's why you get a mod to know how. I know. I used to have a bunch of mods, but that was back when I streamed actively like 2 years ago. I only recently started streaming again. My mods are dead by now. 1 year is a very long time on the internet. It's okay, Max, you tried. I did try. Alright, this story is getting kind of interesting now. I was kind of... Dude, the intro was so long for us to fucking get into this singularity. I was getting bored, but now it's interesting. Alright, so it's like a mystery. We got the Scooby-Doo gang on this. Really? You would do that for me? Still, I really appreciate the thought, but it's okay. I don't mind that anymore. But if you insist, could you please help Tchuba? She's not very good at defending herself. If Uncle gets forceful enough in his questioning, she might end up admitting to almost anything. How do you feel about your uncle? Uncle Carter's very responsible, and quiet, and strict. Everyone in the village is very pious, but I think they are also very stubborn, and they don't like to admit when they've made a mistake. But when Uncle starts talking to them in his calm voice, they always seem to accept what he says. I see. So the other villagers really trust him, don't they? Yes, they do. He teaches at Harvard Divinity School in Boston, after all. He studies the Orient there. I don't really know quite what he researches, but he always has fascinating things to share about foreign countries. He's told me some really unusual stories about faraway lands like the King, did I say that right? King Dynasty, I think, and the Mughal Empire, and a place called Zipang. They're all fascinating. I see. It sounds like your uncle is where your love for foreign countries comes from then. I guess he must be. Well, I do love hearing stories like that, but My very favorite thing is when I tell them to my friends and let my imagination run wild. I especially enjoy telling them to Lavinia. She's always so interested to hear them. Lavinia? Is that a friend of yours? Yes, she's the same age as me, so she was also born in the year of the comet. Is that that's the ghost girl, right? Or whatever? The girl with the horn? Yes, she's the same age as me. She was also born in the year of the comet. She's the best. I always love talking with her. None of the other girls have much interest in foreign countries, so they only ever ask boring questions. Wait a second, chat. Is this a clue? None of the other girls have much interest in foreign countries. Foreign countries? What class is Abigail? Foreigner? Bum, bum, bum. Girl with the horn, Kiara? No. Your fan base is probably different now since you've been playing an entirely different game. Oh yeah, I like y'all, like everyone that's in this chat right now. I don't think any you guys are all new viewers. Like my entire viewer base has completely changed because like before that I only streamed like Destiny and like other first-person shooters for the most part. And I completely like reoriented my viewer base around FGO. That's not a bad thing though. Y'all are really cool. I love having a chat that I can talk about my passions with. Like y'all are all really cool people. None of y'all are assholes that come in and like spoil the story for me or anything like that. And so I really appreciate y'all. Conspiracy, I think not. You don't know a lot about foreigners, Max. It's true. I caught wind of you from Danny's stream, I think. Oh, let's go. Yeah, the whole FGO community and like the Twitch directory for FGO is really kind. Y'all are all really cool. I love how all the streamers kind of like know each other. It's a really cool like tight knit community. It's a small community. It's a small community, but a cozy community. I mean, hey man, let's be real. A lot of games like that have a lot of kids in chat, so it gets annoying. Yeah, that's probably another thing too. A lot of the, like, I've noticed a lot of the FGO streamers and viewers all alike. Like most of them are like in their 20s. Like we're all pretty mature for the most part. We're all degenerates, but we're mature at the same time. If that makes sense. I'm an asshole. I even roast your waifus. No, not the waifus. Alright, what is she talking about? Foreigners! Bum bum bum! But Lavinia loves to read, so she knows all sorts of things. Sometimes I even think she knows more than Uncle. Sometimes we even come here to watch the sea together. But... did you and Lavinia have a fight or something? Yes, this time you saw right through me, Mr. Ringmaster. I must have upset her somehow because lately she just won't talk to me. I asked her about it, but she kept refusing to answer, so after a while I got upset too. But she's still my best, most cherished friend. Being apart has helped me realize that. I noticed there were a number of friends of yours at the secret gathering last night, though. Does that mean Lavinia wasn't among them? I secretly sent her an invitation, but she never showed up, just like I knew she wouldn't. I wonder, could that be the girl who we ran into in the forest? I talked to Chuba about this, and she gave me some advice. She told me to be honest with myself and think about whether I'd done something to hurt her without knowing or meaning to. She recommended I ask myself 3 questions. So what were they? First, have I pretended to be someone I'm not? Second, have I jumped to any conclusions about her? And third, have I been neglecting to pay attention to tomorrow because I'm still nursing on a grudge from yesterday? Chuba said that? I see. After that, I realized there were a lot of things Lavinia could be angry at me for, and now I don't know what to apologize for first. May I say something? Does Lavinia have white hair and a very pale skin? Yes, that's right. Have you already met her, Mash? Yes, actually. I saw her in the forest last night. I guess I hadn't told you yet. Really? Do you mean it? Then she showed up after all. I'm so glad. I'm just sorry I didn't notice she was there. Now I have something else to apologize to her about. That's great news. So that was Lavinia, huh? Oh, but she was in town and she didn't want Abby to know that she was there. Monka. Wow, so you saw her too, Mr. Ringmaster. Some people tease her about the way she looks. Some go even further and say she looks downright sickly. But I think she's beautiful. She looks just like a star fairy, don't you think? If you ever make fun of her, I'll never forgive you. Don't worry, neither Senpai nor any of us would ever do that. Hey look, I can see a sailboat on the other side of the pasture. It sounds kind of heated over there. I can hear people shouting angrily. Did a new ship just dock? The sailors can be kind of rough. The wharf is just past the grassland, but... Eek! Senpai, that was a gunshot. It came from the direction of the wharf. I hope it's not mutiny. It's the Indians. The Indians are attacking... Huh? From the sea? I'll go hide and take a closer look. Didn't one of ours head for the wharf? Yes. I believe Robin and Neza did. Monka. By the power of... I knew a 12-year-old who played FGO. He had way too many 5 stars to be free to play, so I don't know where the hell he got his money. Mommy's credit card. Hey, Mommy, can I borrow your credit card to get this girl with big boobs? Mom, what the hell are you talking about? I want the badass dudes. Yeah, that literally was me as a kid. God, how times have changed. For a JPEG, man. Hey, man, there'd be some pretty cute husbandos, I'll be honest. I simp for Dante's. Especially, oh my god, Dante's summer outfit. I wonder what kids play nowadays, dude. Fortnite. Minecraft. I have a little brother who's like 12 and plays Tarkov. No joke. Kids play Fortnite. First person shooters, shit like that. I mean, I played Call of Duty when I was like 12. Lots of husbandos are cute as fuck, but let's be honest, for my part, it's full homo. That's what I say. Full homo, baby. Lots of kids play Genshin. Back in my day, kids played Doom. The fuck, Max? The fuck what? What? Wait, what? My dude, I'm just a simp for like edgy characters. It doesn't matter who they are. Dante, I mean, that's why I love the Salter and Jalter, but also Dante's. Like, as soon as I saw Dante's design and his like the sprite where like his eyes like flare up, I was fucking in love with that, man. Kuma, appreciate the follow. My 8 to 9-year-old realizes play Fortnite and farming sim. Good to know though, mad respect. Yeah. Anyone, any kind of edgy character, I'm a fucking fan for. God Juna, yeah. God Juna's a fucking, woo. His NP is fucking insane. I love that animation. Alright, back to the eggplant. Abby, are you alright? Let's get back to the village before... Uh-oh. Abby? Outside. Can't go outside. Outside Salem. Nothing but pain and suffering. Monka. Monka. Everyone who comes from outside is... Someone say comma. Damn Oriental, who do you think you are, pointing your blade at me? You ain't leaving here alive until you get down on the floor and beg for mercy. A blade, preposterous, third-rate seaman. Ha, she said seaman. The true blade of my fire-tipped spear is red-hot flame. Your flimsy arms, will they continue to blunder? The next strike will be no mere scratch. The hell? This wench is off her rocker. And where the hell'd she get that thing from anyway? That was amazing. Did you see her deflect our shots? Was that magic? Are ye acrobats or something? Grr, not an acrobat. I am. Martial artist. Yeah. Sorry about this, gents. Would you mind putting away those scary-looking muskets and knives now? We were just trying to relax before our big show. I hope you can understand. Oi, you're the ones who started it. And I absolutely understand you're upset, but can we just keep it cool since this is a tavern and all? What's the big idea, Neza? What are you trying to pull here? You would have me remain silent in the face of such shame? What's going on here? Are you two fighting? Got it. Let's wipe the floor with them. Absolutely. Once I am done, not even a speck shall remain. Oh, Ringmaster. Are you nuts? You just got here. Why would that be the first thing out of your mouth? These seamen, haha, seamen, the root of all evil. Therefore, I shall cut them down where they stand. Oh yeah? You're still on about that, wench? If you're trying to draw in customers, you're doing a terrible job. And what are y'all supposed to be anyway? Another Oriental or something? That's right, I'm talking to ye. So you're the ringmaster, eh? What kind of company are you running, letting your freaks run wild like this? So what exactly happened here anyway? Please listen, master. To begin, once we entered this tavern, Matcha there sat at a gambling table, began drinking. Hey now! Whatever became of the mission, he lost at dice more and more, even demanded, I bet, our travel expenses. Whoa, keep that to yourself! Nothing better to do, so I followed his example, joined him, gambling table. Had no idea what I was doing. Beer was so bad, it was undrinkable. Then, at my lowest moment, third-rate seaman gestured towards me, called me a prostitute, and began touching me near my waist. That I did not mind. He did treat me to some milk. You didn't mind? Next, he made me sit on his lap, told me to pour him another glass. That sort of royalty. Frivolity? I also did not mind. You didn't mind? I do not mind. However, this seaman remained in high spirits, yet as he kept drinking, burst into tears. He began to complain. He said how sad my body is. Can you believe? This body given to me by Taya Zenrin himself. How dare this man appraise this body as sad? How dare he? That's what bothers you about this? I've never talked to Neza. Where did she come in? Because it seems like our character knew her before this Singularity. I love her. Oh my god. This is amazing. That's about where I couldn't take anymore and tried to go smooth things over, according to that sailor. Neza's so light that he figured she wasn't eating well enough. And that got him thinking about the kid he left behind in his own country. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? So why the hell this wench years go and pull a weapon on me? Don't worry about it too much, young ringmaster. This guy's just a big old lecher. He was just trying to get your wench to feel sorry for him so he could take her to bed. He does it all the time. Sure ain't much fun to be had in Puritan port town like this after all. Yeah, neither we sailors nor ye performers belong here, so we might as well get along. True, Neza was out of line. I apologize. True, Robin was out of line. He'll apologize. Me? What'd I do? Not keep a close enough eye on her? Yeah, alright. I had a feeling it might go this way. I think it was Neza's debut. Oh, really? She was a summon just before Salem, and Salem was her first apparition. Gotcha. I remember they mentioned she was a newbie, but I thought that it sounded like we also had some kind of like she might have been in an event or something before this. What's up, Argalest? How you doing? What's going on? What's all the commotion about? I rushed here as fast as I could, but all I see now is people drinking happily. Come on, what happened here anyway? All right, my little eggplant, I will tell you a story. I see. I suppose I understand. I'm just glad matters were resolved before they got out of hand. Performers, eh? If the storm's out in the bay keeping us stuck here, maybe we'll go see your show for ourselves. A storm? Has there been a stretch of poor weather out in the bay? Is that why you're all hanging out in this tavern? Ye got it, Specs. Gotta say though, I'm surprised ye even thought to come perform here in Salem at all. What sort of show you'll be putting on? Oh well, we were thinking of... Hold it, all of you. I want to hear what you have to say too. They say you're going around telling everyone you're traveling performers, but I don't buy it. Ringmaster, that guy's been sitting in the corner for a while now. He's one of the villagers, not a sailor. I run a general store here in Salem. I've been to Boston a number of times, but I've never seen any entertainers like you before. I know there's a lot of strange folk in the theater, but no one would ever come to Salem looking to get rich. Unless you're secretly up to some dirty, shameful business, like that sailor said. For that matter, you're awfully young to be a troop leader. How many shows have you performed in anyway? This will be our first... What was that? Whoa, it's not what it sounds like. She means this will be our first time performing with our current members, naturally. Another problem on our hands, huh? Ringmaster, please let me handle this. I have some notes from Chaldea for our situations like this. Sir, I can see you care deeply about this town, and I understand your concerns. But I assure you that despite our appearances, we at the Max Company are good, God-fearing people. We may not be Puritans or Quakers, but we always perform with gratitude for all God's blessings. We pray every day, and as long as there's a church nearby, we make it a point to attend Mass as well. On our way here, we heard about the village in New England that no other performers will go near. A village where good people live poets' lives. A place that truly lives up to its name, the city upon a hill. As fellow Christians, we hope to learn from the people of Salem's example, and if we can bring them some joy in return through the only trade we know, we could ask for nothing more. The city upon a hill, huh? I can see that you mean well. Given what happened in that little tussle earlier, I can also see that you want to blend in our town without causing trouble, even if you are a bit on the unusual side. That said, I don't want you leading us into temptation. People say that we Puritans hate plays, novels, and dancing, but that's giving us too much credit. It's not wrong, but it's not quite right either. We do our best to minimize those distractions in our lives precisely because we are drawn to them. Every child knows that plays are fun and exciting, and this tavern certainly sees its share of people coming in to looking to relax and enjoy themselves. The people of this village purposely go around turning blind eyes to each other's failings, as long as they only involve a glass of hard cider. We are all of us frail vessels, and so we do not invite further temptation into our lives. That is my concern about your troop. Hard cider is pretty great stuff. I understand that as performers we may not be welcome, but does that mean we're not allowed to be here at all? That is not my decision to make. But if you're willing to demonstrate what sort of play you mean to put on, that might go a long way towards changing the people of Salem's minds. If you insist on performing, I'd be willing to speak to the Reverend and other respected villagers on your behalf. Why not try putting on a small show just for them, and getting approval from the village that way? I see. Senpai, I think this could be a good opportunity. Definitely. If you refuse to do so, and mean to ply your trade without regard for the villagers' sense of piety, then I would prefer that you leave. The barkeep tells me that you're guests of the Professor Carter. All the more so in that case. If you don't want to be hauled out before the judge, you should go somewhere that's more welcoming to outsiders, like Rhode Island or Pennsylvania. This is Massachusetts, only maybe a small village, but the eyes of God and his justice are upon us all. I don't want to see anyone hanged here. Hanged? About 4 years ago, I think, I saw a criminal hanged in Boston Town Square. There was talk of witches and foul play. Perhaps you heard about it yourselves? Oh, witches, you say? Now that's something we'd all like to hear about. Finally, something relevant to the mission? If I may, Senpai, I think we should do as this man suggests. It's a good opportunity and would make our investigation considerably easier. I guess this is kind of a test then. Sounds good, though I am worried about the others. I can see that you have your concerns. I believe there was a play in the book Anderson gave us that would be perfect. If it's alright with you, Senpai. Should I go with that one? Okay, let's do it. Understood. Then I'll speak to this man and request his assistance. Now, we should head back to our room and get ready to perform. Oh, and if you're wondering about Abby, I escorted her back to the town center. She was a little shaken up by the gunshots, but she regained her composure soon enough. At least I think she did. All good, you? I'm doing good. Oh my gosh, is that a Kiara emote? I love that. Oh my gosh, it's undies. That's amazing. I was thinking about getting a 2 Kiara emotes myself. I wanted to do one that was like a smug Kiara emote with her going like that. And then have another one where it's the, like, I know a lot of people have different versions of it, but one where it's Kiara, like, holding her head, and then we'll get an animated horny bonk hammer, so you can use them together. Nothing says prostitution like Yang. Kiara's Ara Ara. The hell was that pocket chalk? I'm confused. I thought I saw pocket chalk support on my fucking... I think it was Choco. I just saw the CH. I was like, I follow her, and this isn't a part 1 story. How the fuck? Alright. Finally farming time, dude. Jesus, we haven't gone in a battle in like over an hour. You know you want it. Oh, I'm definitely making some Kiara emotes, don't you worry. We should be getting the emotes. I already commissioned 6 FGO emotes that we'll be getting in like a week and a half or so at the start of August. We have this toilet emote I have, and I commissioned one that's a cat. It's called Cashtoria. One of you in chat came up with the name. It's perfect. Cashtoria, and it's gonna be Castoria with a wad of cash going like that, and you'll be able to use that toilet emote with the Cashtoria one for just throwing money into the toilet. You watch Pocket Chalk? Oh yeah, I'm subbed. Where's my Pocket Chalk emote? Hehe. Kama over Kiara. The whole reason I'm catching up on the story right now is because I want to do the what's it called, the Oku rerun, because I still don't know Kama's involvement in the story at all either. I know that she's like the other side of Kiara or whatever. That Kiara is like Kiara is loving oneself and Kama is like loving others, I think, something like that. But I still don't know her whole involvement with the story, so I'm interested to figure that out. The smug, yes. That smug emote is like, I want that smug, but like a Kiara version. So when chat's horny, you can use that, and then when and then other people can spam the bonk hammer. How long has it been since I last saw a play? What a waste of time. Ugh, what a waste of a perfectly good oil lamp. What nonsense is this? We worked so hard to build our town hall and fill it with such frivolity. I don't even see the Reverend here. Where is he? I'm told he had to attend some who fell ill and can't make it tonight, but this should be enough. All right, Ringmaster Max, we're all here. Go ahead and start the show. Got it. Let me just check on the actors. Okay, everyone, remember, just like we planned, you should already be familiar with the play from looking it over at Chaldea. We may not have been able to bring the actual script, but you should all have your lines from the notes I gave you. Matahari, you'll play the Queen of Sheba. A strikingly flamboyant role, Sounds right up my alley. Robin, you'll play King Solomon. Yeah. And of course, Senpai. I'm sorry. Ringmaster will lead everyone through the production. You'll have multiple roles, so you're going to be busy. This is pretty nerve-wracking. You've been a huge help, Mash. Thank you, Ringmaster. It's been a fun change of pace from my usual work. Of course, now we have the act to actually perform. I'll be helping out from the side of the stage. As the narrator and prompter, I did have important things to do back at the house, you know. This is part of our mission, Medea. That's right. We need these people to get to know us, albeit carefully. That said, I'm only a bit of a player this time around. Don't screw this up, Robin. I don't know why they picked me. As I said, I was fine being a tree, and why do I keep feeling like someone's staring at me? The gaze of our audience. Act now, or not at all. Show off. Stare. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule for my guest, Your Honor. I am not here as a drama critic. I will not judge the quality of the performance. It would hardly be fair of me to go around exposing Puritan values, after all. I will merely be determining whether this production is suited for the good Christian people of Salem. A perfectly sensible choice. Can you tell me what the company will be performing today, Miss Mash? Of course, Mr. Carter. Tonight, we'll be performing a story from Scripture. Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Well, that sounds lovely. I can't wait. I'm afraid we don't have any velvet curtains, but please go ahead and get started. Whoa! Mash Sprite. Good evening, distinguished guests, and thank you for accepting our invitation. On behalf of the Max Company, I would like to say that we cannot express our gratitude to you for taking your time to be here this evening. Tonight, we will be performing a story about the most enigmatic queen in the Bible. She was the queen of a prosperous southern nation, somewhere south of Arabia, or perhaps to the east of Africa. This queen was drawn to King Solomon, known far and wide for his peerless wisdom, and decided to journey across the desert to meet him. Tell me, do you know what a true desert is like? An endless sea of sand that stretches out past the horizon, a land of death where not a single drop of water can be found. To cross it, the queen ordered hundreds of camels accompanied by thousands of soldiers and attendants to form a single-file procession. Each camel was laden with incredible treasures, gold, jewels, and precious Frankenstein. Frankincense. Our story begins with the queen perched on a camel, surveying her procession. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do this. I think I'm gonna read Saber Wars 1 too, just so I have context. Kiara doesn't smug, she just morbs. How depressing. I don't mind traveling by camel. But what will I do if I travel all the way to Jerusalem and still cannot meet with King Solomon? Why does this weigh on you so, Your Majesty? You have thought of nothing else but for this entire 2 months of travel. We are 2 days away from the Red Sea Harbor, and Jerusalem is still farther. Besides, see for yourself what mountains of treasure you bring. 120 talents of gold, more than 20 camels can carry. Sapphires, amber opals, garnets, and other precious jewels, the finest frankincense our nation has. Never before has such a vast array of treasure been brought on such a journey across the desert. More even than that, Your Majesty's beauty is renowned far and wide. King or not, there is no man alive who would refuse you. Is that so? I'm not so sure about that. Wait!
Monka.
These treasures are merely tokens of my good intentions to show the people that I am trustworthy. The true cargo I bear lies within my heart. For this man was born to be king and has been blessed by God himself. I'm afraid I do not understand. This man may be a great king, but he is still just a man. If you flatter him, he will grow conceited. If you appeal to his greed, riches will blind him. If he is truly born to be a king, Is that not all the more reason for him to rest on the laurels of his lineage? It is true that Israel is much more peaceful and far easier to trade with now than it was under the previous king, but I still have my doubts about his wisdom. Keep such thoughts to yourself. Now that the harbor is in sight, one never knows where the ears of the king might be lurking. As you wish. What's this? Caravan leader, something is amiss at the head of your procession. It appears to be an ambush by bandits. They never learn, do they? We should be nearing the oasis. Thieves often congregate in such areas, so I expect some issues as we drew near. Some poor fools cannot resist the temptation of our caravan offers and the possibility of its riches. If you expected as much, then I trust you have also prepared for such attacks. Is there anything I can do to drive them off? Surely you jest, your majesty. Rest assured that all is taken care of. We have plenty of capable fighters at our command. These fighters do not work merely for money. They are warriors of honor, faithful to queen and country. I will send them out alongside our own soldiers to prostrate. My, but aren't we pompous all of a sudden? But very well. I leave you and your fighters to your task. My wallet is sweating just because how I stared at those opie.
みんなついてきて。白兵戦行きます。
Hey, they're full level now. Damn it, dude. It was getting interesting back at the bar and when we were talking to Abby. Now we're putting on a fucking play for a disguise on the board. Pertin see Musashi in a swimsuit. What is this heresy? I'd see Musashi in a swimsuit and be like, this is my new god. I shall worship. Thanks to their capable bodyguards, the Queen's processions easily fended off their attacks. Soon after resuming their journey to Jerusalem, the procession... Am I saying that right? Procession? Arrived at the Red Sea harbor. The harbor was packed with throngs of camels, and there was a lively din sounding left and right from the merchants awaiting ships and cargo. The Queen's caravan rented hundreds of ships, then set sail for the north of the Red Sea. In time, the massive fleet arrived at the northern edge of the Gulf of Aqaba, at the seaport called Ezion-Geber, built by King Solomon himself. The people of Israel were surely taken back by the appearance of the mysterious queen and the untold wealth that she brought with her. This magnificent scene of the queen meeting King Solomon has been depicted in countless numbers of painting masterpieces. Sean Gray, appreciate the follow. Just gonna subscribe and I'll watch when he takes on the Singularity boss. Aw shit. Let's go. Persons look at Abby's outfit and say, showing her knees like a whore. True, dude. Cover up those shoulders. What the fuck was happening? The Queen's processions headed northward over the land, their eyes taking in the pastures of a foreign country that surrounded them. Then at last they arrived at the point where they could just barely make out Jerusalem's glittering white ramparts. And yet, something seemed amiss. Monka. This is ridiculous. I can't take it anymore. You seem upset, my retainer. Yes, your majesty, I am. We've been stuck in this village within the ravine for an entire week. If we don't get moving soon, the soldiers and camel tamers will start to get homesick. What say the messengers we sent ahead to Jerusalem? I've sent them countless times, your majesty. I even went to try to negotiate on our entry myself. It's just the guards keep inventing reasons to turn us away at the gate. They're hopeless. Even showing them a list of all the gifts we bring to King Solomon has done little more than warrant a smirk. I see. Then perhaps it is time I met with them myself. Tell the caravan to loosen their loads and make themselves at ease. Your majesty? Your majesty, please. You mustn't go off on your own. There's a flock of sheep coming this way. I'll have the guards chase them off. No need for that. This is not our kingdom, so we shall be the ones to make way. My, these sheep are nice and plump, and their wool is so soft and well kept. This is indeed a rich land. David! Well now, it isn't every day one comes across such an esteemed noble. Good day to you. Stay back! Who are you? As you can see, I'm merely a passing shepherd. A harmless, friendly young man who enjoys nothing more than singing and dancing. Are shepherds so rare where you come from? No, they are not. I do beg your pardon. You must be travelers that have been staying here in the ravine. This place is ill-suited to be making camp. Have you run into some manner of trouble on your journey? You are quite perceptive, young shepherd, as luck would have it. I see. That is certainly odd. Jerusalem is supposed to be a city of compassion, a place that will open its gates to anyone. How terribly embarrassing that it is fit to reject guests who have traveled from so far away. Can you tell us what Jerusalem is like, young shepherd? What do you think of the great king's city? Well now, I can hardly refuse to answer a question from such a beautiful young lady, can I? Your majesty, surely there are far better ways to pass the time than accompany this ill-mannered youth. What's wrong with it? I'm having a perfectly lovely time. Unfortunately, I haven't been to the city myself in quite a while, but I do hear rumors from it from time to time. Jerusalem is a city like no other. It is truly the center of the world. Its ramparts stand tall against any threat, and its palace is the height of luxury. I believe its most beautiful feature is the temple its previous king wished to build really, really badly. They say it's truly impressive sight. I implore you to pay it a visit for yourself after you arrive, my lady. I think I shall do just that. What about the people who live there? Have they no complaints at all? Good question. I suppose they simply say that seems the king is doing a superb job. Each and every one of his people speaks of him with reverence, with a language as lyrical as poetry. They say that he is fair and a just judge, possessed of true wisdom, that he was born to be the perfect king. True wisdom. But ripe fruit inevitably draws pests. The fruit itself may not be to blame, but alas, there is nothing one can do about the laws of nature. I'm starting to put all this together. I think the only reason they're showing us the play is so that we actually get some backstory on what did they call her? Tituba? And I believe Tituba is obviously connected to the story somehow, considering they're using the same fucking character sprite. And considering she's connected to... She's the princess that... Was she Solomon's wife? Or something. She's connected to Solomon in this story that they're telling in the play. And considering she's connected to Solomon makes me feel like maybe Tituba is connected to the demon god pillar somehow. But we'll see. That's just my theory right now. The fruit itself may not be to blame, but alas, there is nothing we can do about the laws of nature. Thus do security and abundance inevitably lead to avarice and arrogance. I knew it. Your Majesty? Oh, wait, does this mean the gatekeepers expect us to bribe them? Even after our messengers have long since paid our toll? Well, I'm afraid there isn't much of a lowly shepherd like me can do about that. The best I can do is join you in conversation here in the shade for a fleeting moment. Oh, unless you would also like me to play my harp. No, that will do. Thank you, my good shepherd. By the way, I notice a number of your sheep have injured their legs. Could I buy them off you, so that I may treat my subjects to them? Well, that would be a great help. I could not think of a more adventurous trade for us both. Oh, right. I just remembered something else that you may find it of interest. It is perhaps a bit spooky, but... Hidden gates, you say? That's right, gates. Jerusalem is a big place with many people coming and going. As such, the ramparts contain a number of side gates. A holy gate reserved for God, a gate of chariots for merchants, and a gate for slaves, even a gate for shepherds. And while I don't know whether it really exists or not, I've also heard there's a forbidden gate for rock for spirits. Rock. They say it is dark enough during the day and that the dead themselves make use of it. It is always closed and barred, and not even the guards go near it. Monka. Thus did the Queen of Sheba learn of the hidden gate into Jerusalem from a mysterious young shepherd. The queen next stole away to Jerusalem in the middle of the night, taking only a select few of her servants. She decided that if the front gates would be open to her, then she would simply sneak in the back. None of this is written in the Holy Scripture, but please do not call it heresy. No matter how our company may use our imagination to help bring this story to life, it would do nothing to diminish King Solomon's greatness or the Queen of Sheba's beauty. Also, they call her the Queen of Sheba. Sheba is also the name of the near-future observation lens. Oh, that's true! To see through time on the Chaldea planetary projection, and that mechanism was built by Lev Lenore, aka Floros. Bum bum bum! It's all connected somehow. Okay. What the hell? Oh, is that the fucking Gate of Camelot in the background? If the guards would refuse our passage, then we must use our own passage into the city. Ha! As if crossing the gate desert wasn't brazen enough. I never imagined you to be so reckless, Queen. Yeah, it's literally the Camelot gate behind us. I guess it's just because they needed a gate background. I guess it works. It's still weird, though. Ha! As if crossing the great desert wasn't brazen enough. I never imagined you'd be so reckless, Queen. Ah! Monka. There must be some of the city. These must be some of the city's guards. So this is another trial we must face. If our actions go against the will of God, then this is where our journey will come to an end. Please stand back, Your Majesty. The soldiers will handle this. Bum bum bum. They didn't get enough money from the gacha to come up with new backgrounds. Yeah, I guess not, because they even, remember we talked about it in Agartha? Even Agartha had unique backgrounds. What the heck? Yeah, they must have been just short on budget for this one. Please let Murasaki in that note. I don't have Murasaki. Oh, you're Murasaki. My bad, I misread. The Summer Murasaki. Did you already level her up for the final Ascension art, man? Because I was debating rolling on that gacha just for the Murasaki final Ascension art, dude. Like, holy moly. So many demons. Salem only released like 2 months after Shimoza. Oh, really? So it makes sense their budget was less. Wow. What the hell? That's so crazy to hear how close together the story chapters were in early FGO, because now the story chapters are like 6 months apart with the Lost Belts. Now it's like a huge event whenever a story chapter drops. Not to mention they're fucking long too. For Ascension suck past the first one. Dude, the final Ascension art though. Final Ascension art is worth it. That Summer Murasaki's Summer Ascension art might be my favorite summer. Might be my favorite summer art. Like, goddamn, whatever artist did that art. Masterpiece. Lost belts are a lot bigger though. Lost belt 6 is longer than a whole route of Face Day Night. That's what I've heard. I love Ascension 1, but when I look at the others, bruh. Which Murasaki? The summer one. Isn't that the summer Murasaki on Raid Up right now? Yeah. Her final, the final Ascension art of, like once you get her to max level or max Ascension. That art here. I'll show it on stream real quick, just so everyone can understand. Understand what I'm talking about. Everyone needs to see this art because, Jesus, if you haven't seen it, you about to understand. All right, so here's, you got Ascension 1, 2, 3. You ready for 4? This next one is what I'm talking about. 4. Holy frick, brother. That's a goddess. Chat, if you want to know what a goddess looks like, that's a goddess right there. Jesus. The artist went fucking crazy there, dude. Like, holy moly. Yeah, that final Ascension art is fucking crazy. Mamasaki. You prefer the second because it shows less skin? Mamasaki destroys Raikou because of the glasses. Yes. Musashi. Daisuke. Alright, Jesus Christ, can we be done with— why is it Camelot, dude? And so, the Queen of Sheba's procession fought off the guardian spirits, and successfully made their way into Jerusalem. Soon, the king learned that the foreign queen had entered the holy city, and the front gates were finally opened. Thus, did the parade of camels and I'm not pronouncing that word, dressed attendants make their way through Jerusalem. Though the people of Jerusalem were accustomed to luxury, the riches of the queen presented to the king must surely have made their eyes drop. The lavish spices they brought with them also proved to be incredibly popular, and soon the holy city was filled with their scents. Shortly thereafter, the queen was officially invited to the palace, and at long last granted an audience with the King Solomon himself. For Salem, casters get 2 times spawn points? What? Solomon, how good of you to come, Queen of Sheba. On behalf of my subjects, I welcome you. I extend my hospitality to you and your people. Please stay in my palace. Rest from your journey. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, good King Solomon. Now that this moment has come, the fatigue from my journey has all but vanished. I know who you are. This may be our first time meeting face to face, but I have had opportunities to learn about you. Without fail, the finest jewels and spices brought from Jerusalem come from the southern kingdoms. I have spoken to the merchants and travelers about them, interested to know more. They told me of a queen from a desert kingdom in the south, with a sure eye and a nose for trade. Until last night, my image of that queen was hazy and blurred like a mirage. But now, I see clearly that she is a beautiful desert flower beyond compare. You are too kind, King Solomon. If anything, I am the one in all of how your grand figure far exceeds the picture I held in my mind. I apologize for the treatment you endured on your journey here, Queen of Sheba. I shall find out how it came to pass, and see justice served, should it be necessary. If it pleases you, I shall give you a tour of the palace myself. Will that serve as an apology? A tour from King Solomon himself? I can think of no greater pleasure. Of course, the pleasure will be mine, I assure you. I like to think only Solomon's silhouette shows up because he's gone. Sag. Also, is a different type of servant every time. Interesting. Juan, appreciate the follow. The two rulers proceeded to walk around Jerusalem's palace, chatting happily all the while. Every one of the dances performed, the harp songs played, and the dishes served were very exquisite. But the place that the Queen of Sheba was most impressed with was indeed the very building the Good Shepherd had told her about. The magnificent Temple of Jerusalem stood even taller than the king's own palace. Atop its great altar, burnt offerings were made to a god. There were sacrificial animals, and other splendid offerings were consumed by a sacred fire. Once these offerings were chosen to become God's food, the frankincense, which would later be chosen as one of the three wise men's gifts, were burned like firewood. While bearing witness to these amazing spectacles, the queen casually posed King Solomon a series of questions. Indeed, these very questions were the queen's purpose in venturing into Jerusalem. A quest began to the hope of appraising the king's wisdom, distinguishing his worth, and gaining a true answer to questions she had long pondered. Some scholars say the queen had only 2 questions, while others claim that she has as many as 19. Whatever their number, King Solomon answered each in turn, and the queen marveled at his wisdom. And in that moment, she decided to entrust King Solomon with the 3 most precious riddles she carried deep in her heart. Solomon in turn honored his noble guest by having his many retainers line up along both sides of his throne. So began a battle of wits to test the merits of both rulers. There could be no room for failure. As silence hung in the room, the audience watched with bated breath. Mash looks cuter with that 3/4 profile. Yeah, I think so too. Great King Solomon, leader of the people of Israel and bearer of boundless wisdom, I humbly request that you answer these questions and share your wisdom with your guests. Very well, speak your questions. There is a room with 10 doors, where 1 door is open, 9 are closed. When 9 doors are open, 1 door is closed. The answer is a person. The room is the womb, and the 10 doors are the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, navel, and excretory holes. When a person is a fetus, the door of the navel is open. Once they are born, that door is closed forever. Oh, King, you are wise indeed. Speak your next question. Very well then, O King. Let me ask you this. These words weigh more than gold, or even life itself, and require 4 people to carry them, and yet their master has never once seen them. The answer is the Ark of the Covenant. The very chest I inherited from my predecessor. It contains the 10 Commandments, the proof of our covenant with God. It is kept in the innermost chamber of my temple, a most holy room that is constantly filled with incense. Oh, King, you are truly a man of wisdom. Speak your next question. Very well then, O King. This is my final question. This ocean is calm. A ship sails forward against the wind. The ship's pilot plots a course towards dark clouds. The ship is in no way prepared to weather a storm. Let's see. The answer is, hang on, time out. Just give me a second here. Calm ocean, a ship pilot. What's that all about? Is it Robin? Yeah. Hold on just a moment. I can't answer this. Oh yes, great queen. Great queen. Great king. Please tell me your answer. Whisper, what's the matter, Solomon? Hurry up and answer her 3rd question. I'm trying, but my script only had 2 riddles. Huh? That can't be right. Wait, I don't see it in mine either. What's going on? I could have sworn Anderson's manuscript had all 3, huh? What's this? Don't tell me the great King Solomon can't even answer a simple riddle. Well, what do you say, Your Majesty? I'm following my script to the letter, okay? I didn't have any response lines in mine either. Damn it, Matahari. I can tell you're enjoying this. Yeah, I've got your answer right here. Why wouldn't I know it? Solomon knows everything. Please stay in character. That riddle was so easy, it's not even worthy of an answer. What say you, you trusted advisor? Would you like to answer this one in my stead? You may even just offer a hint if you like. Wait, me? Why are the scripts different? Come on, Ringmaster, help me out here. Senpai? Does it have to do with the desert? Maybe it's the difference between you 2 rulers? Rulers, huh? How do you like playing FGO so far? I love it. I've been playing FGO for like 2 years, but I've only recently like really dived into the story. What's up, zombie? The story is definitely what keeps me going, though. The story, when it's good, it's freaking good, man. Camelot, and Babylonia were absolutely my favorites. Shinjuku was just really fun. I love Salter and Jalter and the banter between them. And then we just finished Shimosa. Shimosa was amazing too, and I'm really excited to get into the Lost Belts after this one. What say you, O King? A fascinating riddle. It cuts to the very core of our 2 perspectives. If I answer incorrectly, then Israel will lose a precious friend indeed. The answer is a nation. When a capable sailor takes the helm, the wind may carry him faster than ever. Much as the sea might appear the same everywhere, it is far from a single thing. It is made of numerous droplets altogether. Even when it appears calm, its surface hides unforeseeable waves and maelstorms. It is like the grains of sand that make up the desert, like quicksand lying in wait for its prey. Very well then, O King. Where lies the ship's destination? This ship stops for nothing. But it is not a ship that runs from danger, nor one that drifts upon the waves. It is but driftwood that will sink in the fullness of time. The pilot knows that the unavoidable storm is coming and sounds the alarm. Only a ship that endures tribulation will see the glorious light of day that awaits in the new world. Oh, King, you are indeed a wise leader worthy of this nation. Queen of Sheba, I pray that the Lord of our God sees fit to bless you with his protection. You are no mere guest destined to be away her time before my throne. Though your kingdom may be but a mirage that lies to the distant south, I hereby vow that our 2 nations shall be allies, and you, my friend. You are too kind, O King, but I am most heartened that my journey here was proved fruitful. Should you ever be in need of aid in an even greater endeavor, I shall return from beyond the desert and assist you to the best of my ability. Am I the only one who plays gacha games because I like the animations, the characters, and the gameplay? I mean, that's what I play FGO for that as well. The story is just what like keeps me coming back, I think, because I like all the, for all those reasons, mixed in with the story. The game doesn't even acknowledge David. Thus did King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba's battle of wits come to an end. With more awe and respect for Solomon than ever before, the queen set off to return to her home of Sheba. Solomon, in turn, was happy to give the queen exactly the gift she wished for. As for what became of the prosperous desert kingdom, of the bond between King Solomon and its queen, no biblical scholar can say. All we can do now is imagine the fate of the legendary queen for ourselves. Hey, look! The background is the background for the stream. Let's go! Thank you all for watching. This concludes the Max Company's special performance of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Yay, Mashu! The wharf. Alright, end of the chapter. So this is the Puritan colony of Salem. Just a moment, sir. Phew, we finally managed to dock. You're the only cargo we're unloading here, sir. Certainly fine by me, though, since you already paid for the passage. Pretty rough storm we had to sail through to get here, though. You doing all right? I'm on land now. My work is on land, where man lives and works. There is no land inhabited by man here or anywhere that is free of sin, not even Eden itself. Monka. Professor Carter, there are people here from the village who'd like to see you. They seem pretty upset. There's a good number of them, too. I see. Very well. I'll go and meet them. Pardon me for the moment, Mr. Max. Well, they're asking to see you too, Your Honor. What's this all about? You have a lot to answer for, Mr. Carter. Uncle, Tituba is... Abigail, you're here too? Tituba? Mr. Carter. Did these people bring you here? Again, what's this all about? May I remind you that Tituba is my servant. I'll thank you to mind how you treat her. Fine, then listen to me, Mr. Carter. My daughter has been lying face down in bed ill all day. I know when you stopped by this morning I told you she was just tired from last night's excitement. I thought she would be fine once she got some sleep, but I was wrong. She kept groaning and writhing as if she was fighting off a terrible fever. I tried to give her some bread and water to help calm her down, but she refused. I was at a loss for what to do next, so I asked the Reverend to come and take a look at her. But once he arrived, she seemed to be suffering more than ever. How so exactly? Well, Reverend? Yes, it seemed to me as if she was possessed by the devil himself. She cried out with a thrill, in human voice, and tried to strangle me with such strength that no child should ever have. We have held her down as best we could until she finally passed out and went limp. We then have to change her sheets. We then went to change her sheets and found this strange and devilish charm within the straw. According to Putnam's daughter, it was Tituba who made it. Oh my. What an evil-looking wooden figure. I'll take that and look at it as evidence. Is this true, Tituba? Did you make that? Mr. Carter, it's, well... You've got it all wrong. This isn't Tituba's fault. Anne took it without asking. We could hear the commotion from all the way inside. What's going on? It looks like most of the village is here. Is that Tituba they're interrogating in the middle of the crowd? I always knew there was something strange about you. Oh, this is dreadful. I don't suppose... Were you the one who had those Indians kill the Williamses? Stop that. The Williamses girl is right here. You're a witch! That's a tool used in blasphemous curses. I suspect this woman is guilty of heresy. Huh? Who are you? The name's Matthew Hopkins. I just arrived here on a boat from Boston. As of tonight, I've been appointed Salem's head judge by order of the governor. Who do you think you are, barging in here all... What's this? Oh my, this really is an official notice of appointment. And that is a superior judge, no less. I apologize for my rudeness. Pay it no mind. These are extraordinary circumstances. People of Salem, I first ask that you calm yourselves and regain your composure. The devil's power is at its height in the hours after dark. We must not let our fears guide our decisions. I hereby order that this slave be taken into custody and interrogated. I will hear what she has to say in the morning. I have to do something. Tituba's in danger. Don't do it, Max. I mean, Master. Please, just stay out of it. You can't interfere here. You need to remain a bystander right now, or you'll get swept up in this as well. Medea? What do you mean? Can't you tell? It's begun. Well, I'm glad to see you are willing to cooperate. Mr. Carter, as her owner, I'd like you to accompany her to the town's holding cells. All right, I will accompany you. Mr. Carter! Miss Mash, Mr. Max, I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I ask you to take Abigail home for me? I know I can trust you with your troop. You all proved that in your play. Abby, this is awful. Poor Tituba. God, I hate religion. Hopkins is a goated character of Salem? Hopkins, the fear that thing scares me as a character. Oh, God, I hate religion so fucking much. The Cumbrisms. Alright, back to the Carter residence. The first knot. Slip knot. Ba-da-da-da-da. Monka. Fate tends to criticize religion a lot. Good. I hate the big anime titties aren't real. Okay, dude. The next day, Salem Day 2. Ooh, that's new. We haven't gotten that before. I see. So Master went to the village in order to accompany Mr. Carter? That's right. Robin went along too, to keep them safe. He said he's hoping they can determine whether that figure really is cursed or not, as part of our investigation. Ah yes, the witch trial singularity? Oh yeah. What's up, Myra? If I'm saying that right, hopefully. I mean, some churches love kids too much. Yeah, it is true. Unfortunate. It looks like we'll just have to rely on Senpai for this. True. We need to be especially careful right now. How's Abigail doing? Abby hasn't left her room since last night. I tried bringing her something to eat, but she wouldn't even touch it. Neza was climbing to the roof earlier, but I have no idea what she's got in mind. You know, ever since we got here, Neza's been acting like a cat on its last nerve. Maybe she likes kids more than she lets on. Anyway, it's hard seeing Abby so down in the dumps. Servant or not, Tituba clearly means a lot to her. Seeing Tituba thrown in jail must have been shocking for poor Abby. She's very different from the other children here, isn't she? There can't be many children as sensitive as her in the time period. It's especially unusual that she would be so close to a, well, slave. I'm not so sure about that. It is simply in her nature to be kind. Anyone can be compassionate like she is. It is just a matter of actually wanting to. I agree with Sanson. Prejudice only takes root in certain environments. Abby lives in a relatively wealthy life, at least by the standards of this colony, and she seems to have a very good education as well, thanks to Mr. Carter. And somehow, even after the loss she suffered, she's held on to her natural cheerfulness. I think that might be her greatest strength, but she only couldn't have done it alone. It's only because of Tituba, someone else who knew her parents well, was there alongside her. It must have been a big help to have a close family friend around to talk with her parents gone. That's why she's taking this so hard. She's afraid she's about to lose someone else she loves again. You know, when I put it like that, it kind of sounds like someone else we know, doesn't it? About that. When we went to look for Abby after she ran away yesterday, I found out that... An extreme fear of Native Americans, huh? Yes, but it wasn't just fear, it was... I'm not sure how to put this. Loathing? Or maybe a strong fixation? Whatever it was definitely unusual. So that's also why you felt there was something different about her then. What did Master have to say about that? Medea, where did you come from this morning? Wait, what'd she say? Where were you this morning? Answer the question, Mash. Well, yesterday I was still processing it myself, and along with everything else that happened last night, I never got a good chance to tell him. I see. That may actually be for the best. What do you mean by that, Medea? I've turned the house into a magical workshop and just finished the rite a moment ago. Are you sure that was a good idea? That seems like the kind of thing we should have asked Mr. Carter about. Oh, don't be such a wet blanket. I had to do it if we were going to contact Chaldea. Regardless, that was an awfully bold, especially given the circumstances. People might have seen you, and now that it's a magical workshop, they're probably gonna fucking think we're witches! Were you in your spirit form? Yes. What's more, you should all be able to use your spirit forms now too, at least with the house and its grounds. So it would seem. I guess we have your right to thank for this, but what exactly is going on? Now we can change into our spirit forms too, you said. That makes it sound like you already could. Well, of course. Teehee. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm Medea. Hecate herself taught me magecraft. There's no point in just speculating about what might be happening here. What we need is proof. Proof that there's something strange about this whole village, magical and historically. Proof that this whole land, that Salem itself, is the real heretical version of history. As such, in order to observe it properly, I needed a workshop that I could withdraw to, somewhere isolated from any outside influence. I see. Then I trust you'll find us on the details once Master returns, along with why you're the only one who avoided being a pseudo-incarnated. My, so direct and forceful, aren't you? Teehee. Heretical history? Then does that mean this land, Salem as it is now, is actually a separate dimension created with magecraft rather than its actual past self having been brought here unintentionally? How the fuck? I think so. I still can't read the rules on some of these destiny currents. Destiny currents? Destiny! But I'm trying to identify the root of their unusual phenomenon cycles. If it was magecraft, then someone here should have a soul that can never be fulfilled and a will to bring about the curse that caused it. And that should lead us to the demon god pillar, yes? I believe so. I see. And don't think I've ever seen you work so hard on I don't think I've ever seen you work so hard on anything before, Medea. Me neither, but it's very encouraging and a nice change of pace. Huh? What do you mean by... Well, we can deal with that stuff later. We already told Master and Mash about this, but Sanson and I discovered something unusual too. Yesterday, we met a girl called Lavinia Waitley. She's the little albino child who we ran into the forest on our first night here. But more importantly, she comes from a family of mages. Wait, what? The Waitley house is far from the village, and its basement appears to contain a magical workshop. It has been concealed, but very roughly. We found discarded alchemy equipment strewn about nearby. We also found animal remains buried in their yard that seem to have been used for dark magic rituals. What did this underground workshop look like? Does this mean that girl's family are practicing mages? Well, I'm afraid we still don't know for sure. Neither Matahari nor I could have gone inside without leaving a trace. That sort of thing is more up Robin's alley. There was nothing more we could do. Without Master's permission, we couldn't risk getting any closer. Even if we could have used our spirit forms, we couldn't know we wouldn't be walking into a trap. That's okay. Just knowing that there's a magical workshop there is more than enough. We still need to be careful about how we handle this, though. If the people of Salem find out that the Waitleys are mages, there's no telling what they might do. Mash, I believe you also said that Lavinia and Abby are good friends? Yes, that's what Abby told me. However, it also seems that the people here strongly dislike the Waitleys. And I don't know how much Abby knows about that, if anything. Mages, huh? That could be even worse than the clergy. Clergy? Also, may I say something? I'm not sure if this is because of the rite you completed here, Medea, but... Oh, did you remember something already? Go on, tell us. Yes, I did. Something very important, actually. That new judge who just showed up out of nowhere last night, Matthew Hopkins? I know him, or rather, I know of him. He is, like me, one of the most famous executioners in history. He is? Then he's not really a judge. I couldn't make heads or tails of that man. Who is he? He's... Wait, stop. Good morning, Abigail. Morning, everyone. What were you all whispering about? Neza told me about how Uncle is out with Mr. Ringmaster right now. He went to see how Tchuba is doing, right? That's right, so please don't worry, Abby. I'm sure that Senpai and Mr. Carter will clear Tchuba's name. Yeah, I guess you're right. Plus, Neza's here too. Neza, what about her? The young girl refused porridge. I added spice. She ate. What she's trying to say is that we talked about all sorts of things while I had my porridge. And she told me that if I found any bad guys, she would beat them to a pulp. That she'd make them completely evaporate before even a drop of their blood came to chance to hit the ground. Jesus. It sounded truly frightening, but I also kind of want to see it now. Oh my god. Of course, I would be delighted. That sort of violent performance really isn't what we're going for with this troupe. Maybe I should pray to God and ask for forgiveness. At any rate, we have a lot we need to discuss with Master as soon as he gets back. You mean about your plays? Yes, of course. Specifically, we need to discuss the tragedy and comedy taking place right here in Salem's own stage. Huh?
Did I do that?
Hey, J Maestro, appreciate the follow. How you doing? Kids always wanting to see violence. True. Hey, that's a cute emote. What's up? The soup. Welcome back, Senpai. Mr. Carter went out again, and he took Abby with him. He said he was going to the church to speak with the Reverend. It sounded like they're all concerned about what's going on with the other children. So, right now, we're the only ones here. How did your investigation go? You said you met with Judge Hopkins. It was awful. Would you mind telling them, Robin? No problem. You must be seriously worn out after dealing with that old fart. That bad? Oh, why don't you have a seat in that comfy chair and try to relax, Senpai? We learned a few things too while you were out, so I'd like to make sure we're all equally caught up. You've been a big help, Mash. You've really come into your own as a prompter. You think so? I mean, now's not the time. Please don't forget that you have an important responsibilities as a Master of Chaldea, Senpai. Okay, to start, let's go over what happened with Matthew Hopkins, the judge that suddenly showed up last night. Man, I don't know what that Hopkins guy deal is. First of all, Master Carter and me went to the town's holding cell to talk to Tchuba. But all the guards would tell us that she wasn't allowed any visitors, orders from the top and all. So you weren't permitted to see her at all then? Nope, turns out that in this case holding cell is just a fancy way of saying underground prison. I snuck a quick peek inside the cell and it was a real hellhole. There were rats and cockroaches everywhere, water leaking from the walls, the whole place smelled like something had died. Never mind the sunlight, the only light in that whole jail was a few dim torches on the wall. Any more than a day in that dump and you'd lose your goddamn mind. What about Tchuba then? Did you see her at all? Tchuba's, well, she's still alive, I guess. She was curled up into a ball and freaking out something fierce. Poor Tchuba. Coward! Rescue! Simplicity itself. Why did you not? Because I am a coward, obviously, especially here in Salem. Stop it, Neza. Remember, Master and Robin went to clear her name, not to break her out. If we were to overstep our bounds like that, we would only end up furthering suspicion against her. I see. Yes, you are right. Apologies, Robin. Thoughtless of me, that. Sure, no problem. Anyway, like I was saying, it was all Hopkins' call not to let anyone see her. Wouldn't even let her owner Carter in. So we decided to go talk to him directly. We found him staying in a room at the fanciest mansion in town. A ship captain by the name of Turner built it. Turns out it had a guest room specially reserved for judges and preachers and bigwigs like that. Okay, so you went to see Hopkins directly. Did he seem to be a demon god pillar? A demon god pillar? You serious? How the hell should I know? What was I gonna do? Shoot him in the face and see if he transformed? Come on. In the end, all I could do was watch Master get worn out. Sorry for all the trouble, Robin. He was a pretty tough opponent. Being exhausted from consecutive battles is one thing, but I can't believe you're just this exhausted from talking to someone, Senpai. Maybe the magical erosion caused by the curse that Medea is concerned about is affecting Master too? What are you talking about? That's definitely important too, but first we need to hear more about what happened there. How did Mr. Carter handle the negotiations? Carter's a pretty level-headed guy, but he's also got balls of steel. He went toe-to-toe with Hopkins the whole time. You'd never know he was just a mild-mannered professor. Abby told me Carter served during a war. Ah, a military man. That explains it. He walks a bit gingerly. Must be an old war wound. I'm impressed you caught that, Sanson. I didn't notice it at all. Carter didn't even try for an emotional appeal or anything like that. He just said that Tituba was his own private property and refused to budge from his claim that taking her away like this was unlawful seizure. He even said he would seek punitive damages if this resulted in impediment to her ability to work. The constables, who were pretty freaked when Carter said how much money he would ask for, but Hopkins didn't even blink. The curse doll, what of it? What became of that evidence? That's where our ringmaster showed that what he was made of. He kept insisting to see the figure again to determine whether there was black magic at work. But all Hopkins would say was, the devil has taken up residence in that doll, just as he has taken up residence in Tituba. One need only look at the suffering child to see the hand of the devil in all this. If we were to limit the curse's reach, we cannot have people getting near or even touching that doll. Ironically, that would be the sensible move in a situation involving magecraft. But Mr. Carter wasn't having that, so he decided to speak with the Reverend who made the diagnosis. I hope he can convince the Reverend to come around. It helps that Abby went with him. That's true. Abby's a very strong believer herself. Maybe she can get the Reverend to listen to reason. At least, I hope so. Now it's just a race against time. What do you mean? Hopkins is going to try to extract confessions from his subjects. That is what he does best. Who is Hopkins? It is time you told us, Sanson. All right. From what I know, Matthew Hopkins was a British attorney. If this is indeed 1692, Hopkins would be quite elderly yet. He does not seem so. However, history tells us he died in 1647, almost half a century ago. If Abigail gave us the correct date, I can only summarize that history is wrong in this. During his life, he was best known for the title of Witchfinder General. Witchfinder General? So he's from the military? If he hates witches, why is he a religious figure? No, he is not military. Matthew Hopkins made witch hunts his life work. The title was, so far as we know, one he gave himself. He supported himself with the rewards he got from hunting witches. His methods were brutal, even cruel, but people went along with them. I heard that he was responsible for the execution of 300 so-called witches in East England over the course of 3 years. 300 people in only 3 years? But weren't all of them innocent? Most of them, yes, I expect. Ugh, what a scumbag. So he went around seeing innocent people strung up as witches just to make a buck? Did you say where they were hanged? I thought witches were burned at the stake back then. The vast majority of these witch hunts resulted in hangings, especially in England. Witchcraft was considered a grave crime against the teachings of God. As such, I suspected witches were tried and executed the same as other felons. Burning someone at the stake was more of a form of torture than execution, and also served as a warning to anyone watching. As executions go, hanging is far more efficient and less painful. As these people are British colonists, they probably share many of the same sensibilities. Then, does that mean they're going to hang Tituba? We've got to watch out for Hopkins. With Hopkins here, there's definitely a possibility. Putting Tituba in that disgusting underground prison will wear on her mind quickly. If an ordinary person is locked away, starved, and denied visitors, they might last a week, no, 3 days at most. 3 days? So that's what you meant by a race against time. Sanson, very knowledgeable about this. Gotta hand it to you, Prince Neza. You're way better with kids than me. Hee hee. So then, you were never able to examine the evidence? I took a look at it, but I couldn't tell one way or the other. It just looked like a regular handcrafted doll to me. That means I will need to examine it myself. For all your talents, Master, I don't think you'd be best equipped to handle this sort of thing. It would be great if you could do that, but... First, tell us about this workshop ritual. Of course. I believe you already heard the general outline I gave the others earlier. I'll spare you the details. In summary, I took the liberty of turning this house into my workshop. It should be quite helpful, as it seems largely we'll be staying here during our missions. I see. Indeed, as of now, the area we are investigating here is much smaller compared to the past missions. My primary aim was to ensure I could make full use of my magecraft, but there are other benefits as well. That is, so long as we're in my workshop, we are not affected by the influence this land is having on us. You mean you can use your spirit forms again? Right, but that's only a very small part in all this. Oh? Can anyone out here describe what Tituba looks like in detail? Huh? What do you mean? I know she's a mild-mannered woman with brown skin, but, well, that's strange. What about the color of her eyes? Her hairstyle? Her build? Her age? Now that you mention it, I can't remember anything like that. Oh man, I can't either. What the hell? Damn, you're right, Medea. We didn't even know we were caught in the enemy's trap. So then, something's been interfering with our awareness? Or maybe our memories? And as long as we're inside this workshop, we are not subject to that interference, correct? Right. If this bounded field can so easily interfere with a servant's senses, it must be the sort that would typically require a divine spirit to create. And yet, we still can't get a firm grasp on it. It's like it slips away whenever we try. You discover this, Medea. What do you think? Isn't it obvious? Tituba has been concealing her true appearance all along. Actually, she is the one who strikes me as an odd at this point. More so than Hopkins, in fact. If anyone here has the connection to the Demon God Pillar, I'd bet it's her. Ideally, I would have liked to examine her after she returns here to Mr. Carter's house, but since that no longer seems to be possible, I'll just have to examine her myself. That seems like it put you at a hell of a disadvantage. Well, I guess you're the only one who hasn't been so affected by the bounded field. I guess that's why you're the Queen Witch or whatever, yeah? You know it. I'm the baddest witch of all. No need to be shy about it. Huh. Kinda thought that might piss you off. I guess Salem agrees with you or something. I know we're already asking a lot of you, Medea, but there's something else we need your help with. Oh, right. What about contacting Chaldea? I've been focusing on getting the workshop done, so I haven't made any progress there, but I'm about to. I'd give it about a 50-50 chance of working, sadly. Master, I think this is your call. Do we focus on saving or possibly capturing Tituba, or making contact with Chaldea? We can't just throw Tituba to the wolves. Let me see what Mash thinks. This is an important mission, so I guess we should focus on making contact with Chaldea? We don't have any time to waste, Senpai. You need to consider our options carefully. I'm pretty sure that long face of yours isn't going to convince Master of anything of the sort. Nope. I guess not. Anyway, there might be a whole bunch of problems we've got to solve, but it's not like we've suffered any losses ourselves so far, right? So don't get mad at me for saying this, but I don't think contacting Chaldea needs to be a priority right now. Phew. Yeah, she doesn't want us to contact Chaldea. I was gonna say this, I love how this singularity is like, I mean, all the singularities are kind of like a mystery in themselves, but this one specifically is like a really, like it reads like a really good mystery novel, because you have so many people that could be like against us. You have Medea, who is obviously not the Medea we know, that swapped places with the Medea that was supposed to come here. That's why she just because it's someone in disguise wearing Medea's skin as a mask. Then we have Abby, who we know Abby is connected to the H.P. Lovecraft mythos somehow, just because I know she's a foreigner and what her ascension art looks like. I don't know how that ties into the story, but because I know the servant Abigail Williams, but I don't know how that interacts with the story at all. So seeing how Abigail is going to become that is interesting. And then we also know that this Medea is against Tituba, and so Tituba, there's obviously some significance with, and then we also have this new executioner come to town that is obviously pretty fucking evil. He's been alive for 50 plus years, 50 more years than he's supposed to have been. He should have died 50 years ago, but in this singularity, he's been alive this whole time. And he's an executioner, so he's obviously not good news. And so there's so many things going on, and it's just a really good mystery. I like that a lot. You should do a playthrough of the Stray Cat game. I saw it. It looks interesting. I don't know if it's worth the money for me, though, to be honest. I just started playing in like 5 minutes in, and I just wanted to cry. Oh, hey, you named one of the main reasons I have Salem as my favorite. Oh, shit. Tentacle and hentai are usually the answer. Yeah, I don't even remember the single fight from this singularity, but the story was definitely interesting to me. This is just a good read. Oh, boy. It's $30, man. It's worth it. It's $30, but someone was telling me it was only like 4 hours. The story's only like 4 hours long. I was like, I don't know if that's worth. Just gonna be lurking for now. All right, Anarchy. No worries, brother. Noah, what's up? Shabu. How you doing, Noah? We do be out here animating it up, brother. Oh, you're back, you're backing me up on this, Medea? Wait, what'd she say? Oh, she went, phew. Yes, I agree. Given the circumstances, making contact with Chaldea can wait. For now, I'm going to pay Hopkins a visit. Would you mind escorting me, Ringmaster? I'd like to say no one else needs to be coming along, but I doubt that will be well received. Me! I'll go along too! Anyone else want to come? Strength in numbers, right? Then I shall join you as well. I think there may be something I can do to improve the situation. That would be great. Thank you, Sanson. Okay then, in the meantime, we'll investigate the village. Robin, Neza, shall we? Sure thing. Guess we'll head back to the Waitley estate. Understood. Is that a Drake emote? Murder is the solution. No! Max, was it? I do not care how many times you ask. I will not be releasing a suspect held in custody. If she truly is innocent, then she has nothing to fear. Do not interfere with my work. You are oddly presumptuous for a band of traveling performers, unless you have some personal reason to protest the suspect's detention. Senpai, are you sure it was a good idea to face him head-on like this? It's the quickest way for Medea to get a look. I already feel like I'm about to throw up. Hang in there, Senpai. You can do this. Max, Mash. You need to keep Hopkins talking. Make him show you the evidence he seized. Okay, here it goes. Absolutely not. That evidence is crucial to this case. This is not up for discussion. Saw that one coming. Come on, isn't there anything we can do? Why are you so fixated on this object? The slave woman has already admitted to making it. That may be, but... Your Honor? And who might you be? My name is Charles Henry Sanson. I'm a member of the Max Company. A Frenchman, eh? You're certainly a long way from home. Indeed, I have been wondering for a long time, but I also know a thing or two about medicine. In fact, I have treated a significant number of patients. Furthermore, I am told there are people here who have fallen ill, with children among their number. So, if you would please, Your Honor, I would like your permission to examine them. Well now, this is a surprise. You a doctor? No doubt you mean to charge exorbitant prices for some potion or such, or perhaps you are a heretic yourself. Nothing of the sort, Your Honor. For example, I can see that you suffer from joint pain. And what does that prove? The same could be said for most men my age. I'm sure the inclement weather we have been having lately doesn't help. Perhaps your aching joints have put you in a foul mood. I can also see that you enjoy your liquor, but don't care for a lot of milk in your tea. If I may, I would suggest that you refrain from drinking too much. It would also do you good to eat some fresh vegetables rather than subsist only on bread and meat. I suggest zucchini. I also recommend salad with parsley and apple vinegar dressing. It will help with the pain. They do say diet is the root of good health. I can't say I approve of your methods, Frenchman. Any layman could do the same. I can all but hear you shouting that you aren't like those ghouls who think applying a few leeches entitles them to a reward. Very well, I shall grant you permission to examine the patients. However, you are not to harm or puncture their bodies in any way, nor are you permitted to administer anything brought in from the outside their homes. Also, you may charge no fee. You will be paid a fixed amount per household from the village coffers. Thank you, Your Honor. That is more than enough. Phew, this is great. Now we can examine the villagers as much as we like. Plus, I think this could help with our investigation, right, Senpai? That was very you way to handle it, Sanson. I wonder if we could convince Hopkins now? True, he does seem to have us softened up a little bit. Hopkins. Your first responsibility lies neither to the villagers nor to your decrepit knees and back. It is to the health of a valuable witness, Tituba. As a fellow woman, I am going to examine her, whether you like it or not. Give me the key to her cell, now. Medea? I'm sorry, Ringmaster. There's just something about this man I cannot stand. Well now, if you've come to perform a farce, I'm afraid you are in the wrong place. What about you? Are you really fit to serve as a guardian of the law that you claim to be? Medicine is an intellectual practice, and so is the domain of men. The superstitious nonsense women espouse as healing is nothing more than witchcraft. Tell me, woman, are you a witch? I am wisdom itself, deep womanly wisdom. Clearly you do not believe that women have anything useful to offer in their experience or stories. Watch your mouth. How dare you address His Honor in that way? Hold. These people didn't come here to enact violence. I've heard stories myself, you know, including ones about thieves who disguise themselves as traveling performers. Indeed, I see now that such a cover would be perfect for those with lachrymous intent. Cunning clowns win over the children, and obscenely dressed dancing girls beguile good, upstanding men. They mislead the townspeople with caricatures of bystanders and voyeurs, then take advantage of the commotion to steal from them. At times, they've even committed arson or burglary and disappear like so much smoke. Once they leave, they never return to the town, not even caring what the manner of evidence they leave behind. What a foolish, dim-witted notion. Such greedy bandits could never hope to perform a refined tragedy, nor a moving comedy. None could even compare to King Lear or the Merchant of Venice as I saw them in the London Globe Theatre. Ha 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 ha. Don't lump us in with bandits like that. Damn it, Shakespeare, you're in for it when I get back. True! He sneezed as we talked about him. Gesundheit, you coming down with a cold, or did your mustache just get stuck in your nostrils? I just got a strange chill down my spine. Odd. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. Ha 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 ha. Definitely a cold. That's so funny. It's so weird how a regular human can make a bunch of superhuman beings quake in their boots when any of them can just shank the guy before he can blink, right? Well, I mean, it is also, they're all taken down when we're outside too, so we have to take that into account. But yeah, he is supposedly just a normal human. Hypocrite, arson and burglary are precisely what you yourself did during your witch hunts. Still, could it be that he regrets his past now? He almost seems like he's trying to make amends. I swear to you that we respect Salem's customs and would never do anything to compromise its piety. You don't say. I will tell you now that I sent a messenger down to Boston to visit someone who knows the city well. He reported back that no one had ever heard of a trope calling themselves the Max Company. That is not in itself a significant problem. Massachusetts is not forgotten the Boston witch trial of John Goodwin from 4 years ago. 4 children began having strange seizures, and as expected, an old witch was responsible for them. Indeed, the devil frequently makes use of women for his evil means. How can you be so certain that this slave woman is not one of his pawns? And so I declare that Salem must be placed on high alert. There are witches in our midst. The devil is here in Salem. There is no telling what he may take. Does this mean you're banishing us? So you would confess your guilt by running away? Quite the opposite, Max. I give you permission to perform for the entire town. What? And you will perform tonight. You will give a masterful performance that moves everyone here. And in doing so, you will demonstrate that you are truly performers. Gather as many villagers as you will fit in the town hall and give them a good show. We just did that last night. That was only a select few. This will be for the rest of the village. And if your play does not move them, I will have you arrested as bandits pretending to be performers and investigate you all thoroughly. If we succeed, will you release Tituba from prison? That is a promise I cannot make. A crime is still a crime. But I can say that if it goes to trial, your success will leave a much better impression on the jurors. And one more thing, that woman will not be in your cast when you perform. Huh? Me? Why? Lock her in a cell as well, to ensure her compatriots do not flee in the night. You can't be serious. You were extremely rude to a judge. Be grateful I did not pass sentence on you here and now. In fact, I will even put you next to Chichuba just as you wished. Grr, Hopkins! Ah, truly convincing anguish. I hope to see you such pathos from all you actors tonight. Medea. This is all so sudden. You want us to perform tonight? What play should we... Do not worry. I will select that for you as well. For it must be about something that Salem needs now more than ever. Monka. A ruler and an Avenger. How the hell do you lock up a servant? Well, they're technically, or I mean, Medea's special, so I don't fucking know, dude. They're all, I know all the servants are like taken down because of the area that we're in. Their magical energy is like halved, so they might be more. They're definitely all weaker. They can just shatter the shackles, like what? And also, we know that's not Medea. That's someone disguised as Medea, so we don't really know the full extent of their power. The Lord. So we gotta put on a play to clear our names? The hell's that old man thinking? There's no reason we gotta put up with this crap. He's gonna find something else to criticize. But Medea's been taken hostage and Tituba's still in prison. If we're going to save them, we have to earn everyone's trust. Indeed, resorting to violence would be playing right into his hands. Easy for you to say. You get to run off somewhere else. There's nothing we can do about that, Robin. Villagers have been coming to ask for Sanson's help since they heard about his medical expertise. I've got no problem with him prioritizing patients. It's not like there's only one way to earn trust. I appreciate that, Master, and I am sorry for leaving you at a time like this. Now then, I must be off. Be careful out there, Sanson. Master, what did Hopkins say? He's got burning at the stake in mind. He wants to play a burning witch at the stake. A stake, so we simply need to burn it? That is, not so hard. Burning at the stake, huh? Well, that's just great. Like Frenchie said, England hasn't used that method of execution in forever. Play or not, that's gonna leave a nasty impression on the villagers. He clearly wants us to impress on everyone how dangerous witches are. Still, does this mean he wants us to put on a tragedy? Because I think making an example out of the witch would only cause the audience to sympathize with her. And if we do that, we'll end up in trouble, because they'll just say it's proof we support heresy. Damn it, we don't have time to figure this shit out before we go on stage. Are there any scripts we can use, Mash? Say, wasn't there a script about John? Yes, there was. However, I'm afraid it could be considered a bit, difficult? This may not be for me to say, but I honestly have no idea what Anderson was thinking when he wrote it. Hey, it's not like it's a major epic that takes several days to perform, right? Let's do it. Besides, we've all got the hang of performing after last night's play. Okay, we'll go with that one. Maybe we can add ad-lib in response to the audience, too. Understood. That said, Medea isn't here tonight, and we don't have time for you to memorize the script, Senpai. So I'll just have to join you all on stage myself. Wait, are you serious? Are you sure, Mash? You will not freeze up? I don't know about this. Mash isn't exactly great at lying, or even hiding how she feels. Then again, maybe that would work to our advantage if she plays a bit hard. Village Girl or something? Dude, this soundtrack, this silly soundtrack, I don't think I've heard this shit since Summer 3. What the hell? She'll be taking over for Medea in the lead role. I just hope she can handle it. No fair. Why are you all ganging up on me like this? If that's how it's going to be, then I'm not going to feed you your lines, even if you forget one. Damn, Mash! The John script. Oh, boy. My name is John. She's already so shy. My name is John. I am known as La Pucelle, the Maiden of Orleans. Deep breath, Smash. Just try to stay calm. Try pretending the audience are all baguettes. 1 baguette, 2 baguettes, 3 baguettes, 5, 8, 13, 21. I can't eat that many. This is the tale of a tragedy and of miracles. Our story begins with John, a girl from the village of Domremy, miraculously hearing the voice of God. Tonight, you will see how John goes to Don Amor, commands soldiers, and rides a white horse into battle with her flag held aloft. You will see her become Saint John d'Arc, the hero who saves France. And yet, a tragic end awaits this heroine. Tonight, the Max Company is proud to present The Liberation of John d'Arc. We begin in France during the middle of the 100 Years' War. Hold it. Hold it. Just hold it right there. That voice. Who are you? Who are you? I recognize that voice. Could it be? What? Jalter! Just hold the hell up. This isn't the damn Big Bang. Don't start all the way at the beginning. How are we gonna get through this crap tonight if you start freaking at the freaking 100 Years' War? Are you my other self? No way. Not by a damn sight. But that's probably too much for this weird place, so yeah, let's just say I am. I'm the dark side you didn't know you had, no matter how much they praise you or put you on a pedestal. In the end, they're still gonna call you the heretic and burn you as a witch for no good reason. They're gonna ship you out to Rouen and burn you like a stack of kindling. Who is she? The English army? What do you think, genius? Which means tonight's play is actually called The Burning of John d'Arc. Oh my, I certainly don't want to present a distorted view of history, but couldn't we at least show them the French coronation ceremony? It's a wonderful thing to behold. No way! Swear to God, no damn way! Kill me first, I'd rather die than see that little twit Charles coronated. But don't you find it incredibly moving? Everyone's hearts joining together as one, joyous words of celebration echoing through the cathedral. Ah, at last, the great Archangel Michael prophecy has come to pass, and France has been saved! Hurrah! Hurrah! Noel! Noel! Did someone say Noel? You did, didn't you? Another new voice. Who might you be? Oh God, for God's sake, not her. Anyone but her. Oh no. It's me, John d'Arc Alter Santa Lily. And you all know that Noel means Christmas! Tonight, we will be forming neither liberation nor burning, but rather the Three Little Johns! Huh? What the actual hell? The Three Little Johns? Oh, another version of me has shown up. That's right! And here's the story. The big bad wolves are coming. We need to band together as sisters and fortify our defenses if we're going to withstand their onslaught. Hey, Hans, what the hell? You're ripping off the Three Little Pigs now? Actually, I think we're okay since it's still being published in the 17th century. Spare us the meta crap. That's not even the point here, alright? Excuse me, but the big bad wolves are heading this way as we speak. Come on, we need to build a house. I agree. Fortifying one's defenses are very important. Yeah, well, I'm not doing jack squat. I remember this story. I know how it ends. The wolves are just gonna eat us one at a time anyway. We don't know that for certain. We may have been foolish enough to charge at the English army with nothing more than a few spear techniques. But if we work together, we can defend against this threat. Doesn't that sound nice? Grr. That's right! If we get eaten, at least we'll get eaten together. Helping or hurting, Lily? Helping or hurting? Why does your Jalter Lily voice sound oddly accurate? I don't know. I saw her and that's the first thing that came to my head. Done! Just look at our lovely new house. It's wonderful. Now we can't possibly lose. Ugh, you just had to open your damn mouth, didn't you? Besides, something isn't right here. We're ripping off the 3 little pigs, right? So shouldn't the first house be straw? This thing's gotta be even stronger than brick. Where's the story supposed to go from here? Oh, wait, maybe that's for the best? Big bad wolves these days breathe lots of fire, so we need to be ready for that. What the hell kind of wolf breathes fire? Why'd everything gotta be about fire with you? Guess that's kind of rich coming from me. The enemy is here. Come, we must prepare for battle. What the shit? Are you serious? That's a bunch of top-tier arsonistic whack jobs. We could not ask for worthier opponents. Come now, show us what you've got. We can do this. Yes, we can. Arson. If you look up her voice lines, it's actually really close to what she sounds. Oh, what the fuck? Ah, Summer 3, good memories. Yeah, this is literally... This is kind of where they went off with John's character in Summer 3 for me, though. I mean, it's funny. Oh, wait, were the bad guys? Wait, what? What was I gonna say? I didn't really like what it's funny and silly, but I didn't like what they did with John's character by making her the, they took John's character from, the 100 Years War and like how she was like a strong, or like an Apocrypha where she's more of like a strong leader type that gets flustered sometimes. And they made her like the dumb blonde airhead, like protective sister type. I don't know why they, and then like her character is just that from then on after Summer 3. I wasn't a fan of that personally, but it is cute when they're all together though, I will admit. Forcefully strain your voice upwards like you were. Summer John is a different beat. I forgot to use my third skill. I cannot agree with you more, yeah. It's not like it's not like I hate it, I don't know. It was funny or cute for like an event, but they like kept her character like that. Like, I was like, no, now she's just a dumb blonde and everything after that. I don't like that. The Oni-san persona is just so bad, yeah. It was funny at first, but then like it kept going and I was like, oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh, my program just crashed. What the fuck? Oh no, my phone reset. What the hell? Okay. That's weird. My phone's never done that before. My phone exploded, chat. One sec. No. That was weird. John saw you talking shit about her Oni on Persona and thus crashed your program, probably. Oh, we're gonna have to do it again? Oh well. Oh wait, never mind. I hope we didn't miss anything. Was there any dialogue after that? Did we miss something? The Drifter version of John? Did we? I don't know if we missed any dialogue. I'm gonna check my room. Oh my gosh, it's freaking hot. Yeah, I'm gonna check my room.
ついてきて。ではこれを。Oh, damn it. That was it. If you hold it down? Oh, really? Oh, nice. Oh, I gotta be careful. That goes super quick. I gotta be careful and make sure it doesn't fucking...
Okay, that was it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Make sure we didn't miss any dialogue after the crash. See? I knew we were out of our league. I already fucking forgot the voice.
They're not letting up at all. Youch, that's hot. Retreat, retreat.
Not yet. I won't run away after merely having my castle burned down. This time, I shall vanquish them. Kinda weird that she's the most bloodthirsty out of all of us, don't you think? Are they going backwards?
Ta-da! All done. I used ecologically friendly materials, so this one should be better for the environment.
Now you build a stick house? How is this an improvement? All we had was material left from the building, the castle, so I can't really say I'm surprised. Fortunately, this will be a perfect chance to polish up my defense of noble phantasm. Cut the crap. One of us is gonna get seriously burned here. You realize that?
Here they come!
What? Where are these characters coming from?
They don't have anything to do with fire, right? I think we have a real shot here.
Oh, they're all connected to this freaking sun. This is even worse. Oh. This is so wacky, bro.
大丈夫落ち着いて普段通りに運命をかけた戦いであれば戦いですか2.1流夏のせいってねチャンバラ仕事ガンガン行くわ兵法無尽おみがショータイム
They getting steamrolled.
剣圧にて海を
Power of the arts.
櫓のごとくクジラマン大入道ご剣さ以後魔剣破り受けたまわる申し訳ありませんせいせい超特急です開いた開いた今回はうまくいきました
They drop nuts. More? The story's not over. Damn it! Didn't they teach you idiots to pull your punches at acting school or whatever? This is terrible. Retreat! We must make a temporary retreat! Strange. I don't remember the burning of Jeanne d'Arc being quite this upbeat. And true, it is strange, but an enjoyable sort of strange. I didn't much care for the dark Jeanne d'Arc at first, but I find she's growing on me. There's a lot of significance to her misfortune. I couldn't agree more. It just shows what happens when one acts purely out of envy, hatred, and anger. They did an excellent job of presenting that as both a lesson and a comedy. At any rate, neither witches nor stake burning have anything to do with the God-fearing people like us, so let's just relax and enjoy the show. Huh? Is something wrong, Abigail? I thought I just saw Lavinia outside the town hall. Did you now? Monka. Monka. Well, so we're down to cloth now, huh? Not about figures. Guess we're stuck between a rock and a soft place?
We're done for. If these flimsy little tents are the best we can build, then...
Over there, I can see the last enemy troops coming into view. Wait, did you say troops? What the fuck? Oh, great, the whole goddamn English army. Screw the wolves, we're talking big bad round table lions now.
Ah, alas, both God and reindeer have forsaken this world.
Huh? La Pucelle!
I don't believe it. I recognize all of you.
We're honored that you remembered us. Every one of us has fought beside you before. We have come on great General Rias's orders to ensure your safety.
Oh my, the general himself.
We couldn't imagine not being by your side during this final decisive battle. The glory of the Maiden of Orleans' liberation shall be ours once again. La Pucelle! General La Pucelle! John La Pucelle! John La Pucelle! Oh, fan-frickin-tastic. Now we got a bunch of meat shield dumbasses all drunk on the idea of some glorious battle nonsense. Make-believe story though this may be, I cannot let you be captured and branded a witch.
General, Gil is de Ras.
To be honored, I thought you would never return. I see your bad habits remain unchanged. You simply cannot help but be rushed headlong into battle, even before God's protection has reached you. I am forever trying to catch up to you, which is exactly why you are so beautiful. However, the battlefield demands patience if we are to emerge victorious, all the more as if the scales of victory balance upon our shoulders.
Indeed, you're exactly right, General.
Oh God. Ah, God is with us! Blessed be the teachings of Salem! How do you say his name? It rhymes with real, right? It's Gil? Gil is how you say it. That's how I always remember that name, is that it rhymes with real. It's not Gillies. The S is silent, and it rhymes with real, so it's Gil. Gil de Ras. Gil. God or no God, I knew you'd show up, whether I wanted you to or not. Also, for the record, none of this crap is about Salem. Oh? Then let me ask you, my dark holy maiden, will you save our homeland? Will you save France? I shall follow you wherever you lead. Meh, not like I was gonna say change it. Not like what I was gonna say what? Meh, not like what I say is gonna change a damn thing at this point. Screw it. Let's do this thing. Might as well kick some ass since we're kicking and screaming. Now that is the John I know. What the fuck? Merry Christmas! I trust all is well with you, Lily. What the fuck is going on?
It's my mentor. Having you show up like this is the best present I could have asked for.
Huh? You kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you people? Now, assemble in formation! Quickly! Let La Pucelle's flag lead the way! Yeah! That's right, I nearly forgot. What truly keeps us safe is neither walls or brick nor ramparts of stone. Our true bastion is people. It is people that bring our ramparts, their unwavering faith, our bulwark. And yet, that is far easier said than done, as shown by how my copy finds it difficult to toe that line. That is the moral I shall take from this fable. Very well then, my other selves, my fellow soldiers, the time is upon us. To the battlefield! Pronounce it like Jill. Chil de Ray. What the fuck?
大丈夫。
The Great Reindeer
普段
Man.
通りに。戦いですか。白兵戦行きます。腰が違うのです。腰が。二剣一流夏のせいってね。やります。ショータイム。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラも大入道ご見参。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。行き止まりここでまっすぐ。
No,
トナ
damn
カイ
it.
さんお願いします。レディーアタック。サンタとしてもちろんもちろん。つむじ魔剣ゴまだ配り
Kid did learn from zero. Hands must have been on some crazy stuff when he wrote this, right? What the fuck? It's actually kind of good in a weird, messed up kind of way. How they went backwards from the bricks to wood to cloth, and then John at the end finally says, "Oh wait, it was us and my banner and the people's hope that was our wall this entire time that would protect us." Like in a weird children's book kind of way. Not the arts card resist, no! That shit out of there. We did it. Salute. As for what became of the Three Johns battle, that I leave to your imagination. Suffice to say that during the 100 Years' War, France was at its weakest, and England took advantage of the nobles' infighting to invade. Although Jeanne d'Arc's appearance succeeded at turning the tide of that battle, she ended up being used by her enemies and detested by her compatriots. Even after Jeanne was captured and tied as a witch, King Charles VII did nothing whatsoever to help her. Despite owning his own coronation to her, he likely wished to quell any rumors that might have threatened his authority. And though she was their enemy, many English people wept to see such a devout figure as John come to such a tragic end. Indeed, according to the official records, it was an Englishman who responded to her pleas and gave her a handmade cross. This concludes tonight's performance. Thank you all for coming. Monka. Oh, the power down. So we're fighting something in the town here, it looks like. Her convulsions have stopped, and her breathing has stabilized. Rest assured, madam, the worst is behind her. Oh my, are you sure? Thank you ever so much. You've saved my daughter's life. These symptoms are caused by a sudden onset of fever. It's quite common amongst children of her age. I'm certain it must have come to us as a surprise, but please don't worry, she's in no danger whatsoever. Just keep an eye on her to make sure she doesn't inadvertently choke on her vomit. I will. All the Reverend did was call her name several times and give her smelling salts. I don't know how to thank you enough. Please, don't worry about it. I'm not a licensed doctor after all. But if something else comes up, I'll drop everything I do to come and help. Please, take care of yourselves. I can't believe we owe a debt to a Frenchman. You called those convulsions? Seeing her flailing her limbs around like that showing the whites of her eyes, it was downright terrifying. If you ask me, I'd bet the devil is still lurking somewhere inside of her. Father, don't be rude. Dr. Sanson just saved our girl's life. I know that. Here, it's not much, but you deserve it. That's alright, good elder. I have a different arrangement in place for payment. The name's Pickman. Don't go calling me elder again. Of course, Mr. Pickman, my apologies. Our home may not be anything special to look at, but we come from a good family back in England. We have enough stored away to pay back any favors we receive, so no backtalk, just take it. If you insist. Thank you. Do take care on your way home. I should get back to the hall. Then again, the play must be over by now. I hope Master and the others made it to the curtain call successfully. Monka. Oh? Isn't that Lavinia? There's no turning back now. The sixth knot, the sixth door. Salem is Abby. Huh? Beep! Wait, Mademoiselle Lavinia. I'm sorry for startling you. I'm just on my way back from treating a patient. It's late to be out on your own. Let me walk you home. I didn't know you were a doctor, or maybe an alchemist? I'm neither, actually. You told Abby I was there, but I guess no one would believe that about you now, not after the judge gave you his approval. Then the company's performance was a success? Thank goodness. I thought I told you not to talk to me anymore. I thought I wouldn't run into you because of the play. I wanted to talk to you. I know you were snooping around my house. Don't bother. It's pointless now. It's already begun. You're seeing the flower on the water's surface and forgetting about the rotten mud beneath it. Are you warning me? Then you are trying to help. I'm telling you, outsiders, to stay out of this. You'd never understand what it's like for me. You have friends you can trust. You can help others, and you're appreciated for what you do. But I'm not even supposed to be here. Nobody needs me. What about Abigail? Don't you want to be friends with her again? Lavinia, it's clear you care about your family. That much even I can understand. What is it that you are What is it that has you unwilling to talk? Loyalty to your family? Your pride? If it's fear of losing your place, then If it's fear of losing the place where you feel you belong, then Shut up! Shut up! Lavinia, you shouldn't go out tonight. Stay inside Abby's house. I don't know how you protected it, but if you stay in there, I'm sure you can get through this. So you know about magecraft as well. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh shit, some crazy shit's about to go down tonight. Monka. Who's your favorite god from the mythos? I actually haven't read any Lovecraft stuff. I just love the concept of like outer gods and beings beings from other dimensions that are so complicated that the human mind can't even comprehend them. That's like it's just the concept of Lovecraftian mythos is what I like. I haven't actually looked into any of it myself. Arson. Jesus. But no more than 2 of you. Hey, what did I just say? Aw, don't mind. Oh, don't be like that. What's the harm? We're here to get you, Medea. I'm sorry it took so long. Hello, Mash. Hello, Max. Are you alright, Medea? This place is even worse than I'd imagined. Oh, this? This is nothing. Oh, shit. If Lavinia just warned us that shit's going down tonight, and it was kind of weird how Medea, like, just outright came out with a burst in front of the executioner dude, I wonder if whoever this is disguised as Medea planned to go down here in the prison so we would all be out here when whatever went down up top is about to go down. I don't know. I still don't trust this Medea for obvious reasons. Oh, you're gonna love the foreigner class then? Aw, shit. Oh, this? This is nothing. Never mind me. Go check in Tchuba's cell. Something's not right. It's so dark, I can't see Tchuba in here at all. Yeah, that's because she isn't. Huh? That's weird. I was sure that there were a few other people being kept here. Maybe they were all released? Where's Tchuba? Did you move her somewhere? I'm not going to answer your questions. Just take your little fortune teller and get out of here. I heard sounds coming from Tchuba's hell about an hour ago. It sounded like she was being taken somewhere. They took a number of other prisoners as well. I thought they'd be done with whatever it was and come back soon, but they're obviously not. Wait, does that mean you were waiting until we were busy performing? I told you, outsiders, I'm not here to answer. Then you can tell me. I believe I have the right to know. Mr. Carter. Where did you take Tchuba? To the hill, under Judge Hopkins' orders. The hill? What hill? He means the hill on the north side of the village. That's where the gallows are. The gallows? Tchuba has already been sentenced. She's been found guilty. This was your plan the whole time, wasn't it? Judge Hopkins is trying to prevent the devil from gaining power in Salem. Any interference will be seen as conspiring against the authorities. Are you aiding the devil? Calm yourself. This is a clear abuse of your power. The governor of Massachusetts should be consulted on this matter. Yeah, this is tyranny. Robin? Whoa, hang on a second. Don't we have more pressing things to worry about right now? That's right. We need to hurry to this hill. I'll tell Sanson and the others waiting outside. Have someone go on ahead. Right. Uncle, come on. We have to hurry and stop them. Indeed. Mr. Max, can I ask that you take Abigail along? I'm afraid I have a medical complaint that prevents me from running as well. You got it. Damn, what the fuck? We got 3D animation here? What the hell? That's never happened before in FGO for me. This is crazy. There's the hill. That must be the gallows over there. Are you all right, Abby? Where's everyone else who was sent ahead? There's Neza. What about Sanson? So, you came. There they are. Sanson? Oh, Mash. I'm afraid they've already been executed. We didn't make it. Tchuba is dead. Dead? Don't look, Abby. It's better if... Tchuba... Sanson, how could you? Just like that? Is your heart a stone? Is your blood made of mercury? Think, poor Abigail. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of anything else to say. Phew. Running is definitely not my thing. I see that they hanged a number of people with Tituba. Yeah, look at the color of their faces. They've been dead for some time now. They must have been executed more than an hour ago. Isn't that right, Sanson? Yes, unfortunately. That would mean it was carried out while we were still on stage. You mean on purpose? I'm afraid so. Hopkins, you set us up, didn't you? You never had any intention of waiting. You just wanted to make sure we wouldn't be able to interfere with the execution, am I right? What spirits move you to speak so, woman? Some cheap malt, or your own absurd sense of justice? Either way, it's most unbecoming. I'll thank you to calm yourself and mind your manners before you speak. Hopkins, you tricked us, didn't you? I understand that witnessing executions can be upsetting, so I will pretend I did not hear that. I heard about your performance. It seems you did very well. Even the Reverend was pleased. I therefore officially grant you permission to continue performing in this village. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing your next great performance for myself, young Max. Get her down. Please, don't leave Tituba tied up like that. Haven't you done enough? Please don't torment her anymore. Abby, huh? Stop! Get back! Stay away from them. It is forbidden for criminals to be buried in the town graveyard. I have ordered the laborers to dig a hole for them near the foot of the hill. They are working on it as we speak. Until then, you are not to move the bodies. No. I see. So we were too late. Uncle, please get Tituba down. Indeed. My niece has the right of it. The handling of her remains is for us to decide. You have no right to speak to us like that. Mr. Carter, I understand you may be familiar with our rules, but this is the way of our village. Burying criminals alongside our ancestors would be sacrilege to the other villagers. Please understand. Judge Hopkins, the execution has already been carried out. I have no intention of interfering with Salem custom. You call yourself a guardian of the law? You've done plenty of interfering already. People don't like to be confronted with cold, hard truth. It upsets them and makes them vulnerable. The devil himself was executed here today. Do not grieve for him. Caring for the newly bereaved is, of course, very important, but being overly protective only tempts the devil further. I hope your play serves to enlighten the other villagers in that regard. This is getting us nowhere. I don't know how to get through to him. Don't know how you talk much with all that beard weighing your chin down. It's like you're the king of some run-down little island country or something. Whoa, easy there, gents. I'm not looking for trouble. It was just a little joke. Spare me your nonsense. Seems like you have some excellent clowns in your employ, Ringmaster. Very well then. You all may be outsiders, but performers are, by their nature, given free rein to speak whatever comes to their minds. As such, I permit you to serve as jurors during your time here. Huh? What? Did I hear you right, Judge Hopkins? Are you out of your mind? God is always watching over us. But it seems the people of this village are obstinate and have no interest in broadening their narrow minds. Abstinence leads to pent-up anger and frustration, and the laws of God become weapons with which to strike at those whom people come to resent. In such an environment, performers like you can help open the villagers' minds and lead them to the truth. Therefore, Max, if, in the future, there is another criminal trial, you will serve on the jury and help us hunt the devil. Huh? Some new world this is. It's still stuck in the Middle Ages. It's every bit as dark, closed-minded, and pig-headed as what they supposedly left behind. I cannot believe they kill so coldly. Even a monster would wear its praise. Would hear its praise, cries for mercy. What is it that drives that man? The only way he could live up to his image of a bastard witchfinder General Moore is if he went around twirling that stupid mustache of his. I guess it goes to show that sometimes a hardworking imitation can exceed a lazy, genuine article. Putting aside the question of whether it is done for good or evil means. So, what did you want to tell us, Medea? Senpai? I know a lot has happened since we got here, but currently our most pressing obligations are to restore communications with Chaldea, find out what's impeding our perception, and figuring out what's going on with the Wattalies. Wattalies. Right, that's our best lead in finding the Demon God Pillar. Medea, would you mind picking up what you were trying to tell us before? Right. Thanks to the extra time I had, I managed to figure out what's cutting us off from Chaldea. It's tied directly to whatever it is that's interfering with our senses. I'll spare you the details and just get right to the conclusion. It isn't that we're being blocked from using our spirit forms, in fact it's the opposite. We are bound by physical laws while in our spirit form. The spiritrons that form our temporary bodies are in an abnormally excited state, but we're also always being provided with just enough magical energy to maintain these bodies. Let's see, to put it another way, it's as though our mirror images gained a physical form and continued doing things in the mirror world. But those forms can never leave the mirror world, and if the mirror world were to break, we'd be shattered along with it. The Jade Emperor has one such toy. For real? I mean, at any rate. We can't contact Chaldea because our magical energy is only flowing in one direction. We're caught in the Magecraft system manifesting Salem, one that's lost all sense of itself. That explains it. So it's like we are still in the middle of a ray shift that doesn't sound very stable. Now I gotcha. So our bodies aren't as strong as they should be because it's like we're stuck in this land. You're all, taking this surprisingly well. Hey, we know this is a bad news, all right? Like, the thing we gotta worry about the most here is death. Here in Salem, our spirit origins will disappear, right? Exactly. You catch on quick, Your Highness. The other hard-headed saints could learn a thing or two from you. I see. Hopefully we don't end up with more than some short-term memory loss then. You're awfully nonchalant about this, too. More importantly... Wait, what about Senpai? How safe is it for him here? Is this phenomenon affecting his health, too? Don't forget that goes for you, too, Mash. Oh, right. I'm sorry for losing my composure like that. Still, if it is not only possible to contact Chaldea, but we also know how to return, I don't think it's unreasonable to get a bit flustered. I'm afraid Mash is right to be worried. We're in real danger here, and all of our leads have dried up. I know, I'm worried too. Our goal hasn't changed. Defeat the Demon God Pillar. Senpai, you're right. Once we find the Demon God Pillar causing all this, things should turn around. May I say something? I have another question. I've been thinking, are we the only ones in a regular spirit form, or might there be others here? Others? You mean like everyone else here in Salem? This village, always transient. I said so from the beginning. But without any way to get information from the outside world, we have no way of verifying whether that's the case. I can't believe a Demon God Pillar could be this powerful. Does this mean we're SOL when it comes to comms? Chat, what's SOL? We haven't exhausted all our options just yet. It's possible the mage in the Waitley family knows something that could help us. I'm kind of curious to see what a local mage workshop is like, but there's something else I want to know first. Does this mean you're the only one of us who can leave this place? How about it, Miss Queen Witch? Well, Robin, I'm betting you're the only one who could leave this Salem if you wanted to, am I right? What are you saying? If you're trying to start some sort of witch hunt yourself... Guess that wasn't direct enough. Alright, I'll ask you straight up. Who are you? Really? Oh shit, he knows! Robin? Robin, what's this all about? Shit out of luck, SOL? Is that really what it means? What the fuck? Robin, what's this all about? Are you in on it too, Sanson? Matahari? Master, Mash, I'm sorry about this. Matahari was the first to notice something was amiss, so Robin and I have been keeping an eye on her. You could have filled me in too. I was curious after Mash's warning, but... Again, I'm sorry, Master. We didn't want you to find out at a time when it could have been dangerous for you. Plus, we thought that sowing discord among our own ranks might be exactly what somebody wanted. Exactly. And speaking of exceptions, I'd say you're the only abnormal one here. We've been watching you all this time, and you didn't seem to be hostile. So we decided to stay quiet and see how things played out. But then, to our surprise, you weren't able to prevent Tchuba from being executed. Almost looks to me like you let her die on purpose. No, you're wrong about that. I couldn't do anything in prison while the guards were all watching, and above all, I wanted to make absolutely sure that Max wouldn't be found guilty himself. Oh, really? Well, I can't fault you for that. Now then, let me ask you, Master. Can you compel her with your command spells? How do we know she is a Chaldean servant? Medea, you are our enemy. A command spell? Please, don't do this. Senpai, this isn't right. Robin, you need to calm down. Sorry, Mash, but I'm afraid I'm completely calm here. Matahari? Sanson? What do you think? At first, I thought she might be a spy from the Mages Association, but there's too many things that don't add up for that to be the case. Why don't we hear what she has to say? You all sure like to run your mouths, don't you? Mr. Carter is back. They must have finished the burial. Let's pick this back up again later, everyone. Are you sure? Fine with me, if that's what the ringmaster wants, but I'll play along, but I'll be watching you, always. Ew, creep. Robin, so depraved. Huh? Depraved? I love Neza, dude. Abby went to her room right after she got back. She seems better than expected, thank goodness. She behaved herself while I was talking to the executioner, too. She carried herself admirably, just like my late sister would have. She has been through a lot lately, but in the end, she will be that much stronger for it. As we were saying earlier, is it true that the official reason for the execution was carried out so quickly is because Tchuba confessed? It is. Hard as it is to believe, Tchuba confessed her sins of her own accord. She claims she saw the devil with her own eyes, that he spoke to her and urged her to cast aside her faith and sign a pact with him. And that was when she refused. He entered her body and controlled her himself. The devil? Could that be the demon god pillar? Have you ever seen the short animated teaser they did? I did see this, yeah. Here, I'll play it on stream, though, for y'all to see. I have seen this. I love how they're performers too. Mashin, Ritsuka.
包まれる信仰の町、精霊なる呪いが集う場所。さあ、まじないの歌を歌いましょう。フェイト、グランドオーダー、エピック・オブ・レムナント、異端なるセイレム。
Monka. The shorts they make for the game are always nice. Oh yeah. Booba. I still can't quite believe it. She had injuries that made it clear she was whipped during her interrogation. Poor Tchuba. That makes it sound like her confession was tortured out of her. Exactly. However, it didn't seem to me like the executioner or the guards were lying out of malice either. If anything, they seemed deathly worried, as if they were afraid for their own lives. Could they have seen the devil themselves? Oh, I don't know about that. They could be scared of Hopkins. That would explain it. If there's something they fear more than that, maybe it's the wrath of God himself? God, Hang on just a minute. Master, something weird's going on outside. It's still a ways off, but whatever it is, it's getting closer. There is a scent. It is evil. We better go check it out. Medea, is the house safe? It'll protect anyone who stays here, yes. But I can't vouch for the other houses. Someone's attacking us? Don't tell me it's the Indians. Mr. Carter, please stay here. Do not leave the house under any circumstances. You need to take care of Abigail. All right, I will go fetch my gun. Mash and Medea, you two stay here too. Yes, Senpai. I'll make sure to keep them both safe. certainly taking their time. Where in the world did they come from? In fact, it doesn't seem as though they mean to attack us at all. They don't appear to be armed. The evil aura's source, they stench of death. You seem like you're doing better now than you've been able to take your spirit form at least once, Nessa. This body, granted to me by the Buddha and Tai Zenren, my sense of smell cannot be fooled. Whoa there, what the hell are those things? Oh man, don't tell me this is turning into a living dead kind of situation here. Man, Chaldea really screwed up their choice of servants again. Wish I could trade places with that hard-headed saint girl right about now. Oh, are they enemies? No, wait. Those are the prisoners who were hanged at the gallows. Huh? Wait, they're zombies? We need to get rid of them before the villagers show up. They're ghouls, like from Fate Zero. Siren Naru Heretics is the name of the song, and it's so freaking good that I made an A and B out of it. Oh shit, I'll have to check it out. The Oku is the most insane one you ever saw? Oh shit, I'll have to check that one out before we play it then. Hopefully, if I can get caught up on the story by then. Oh look, they are ghouls. They are ghouls. Look at their names. I was right on the money. Is the Oku teaser if you're motivated to play it?
ここは大敗と情縁、偏愛と堕落が満ちた大迷宮。愛、痛み、答え、くるりくるりの貝合わせ。最中に待つは那由他の女。情と欲に支配されるのもまた命の証ですものね。フェイト、グランドオーダー、徳川回転迷宮大奥開催。
Dude, more Fate Go anime adaptations win. After playing Shimosa, dude, I want a Shimosa adaptation so bad. Just for the Muramasa scene, man. That Muramasa scene animated would be insane. God, it'd be so fucking hype. I was losing my mind during that shit. The Swordmaster fights would be really cool too, obviously. Trailer footage. Yeah, if it has story spoilers, I'll probably want to avoid it for the most part. Or at least until I'm closer, because I haven't even entered the Lost Spells yet. I don't even know what the fuck the Lost Spells are. Male Musashi would be sick. Grand Saber, that would be insane. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot. Okay, we're gonna finish this chapter. We got 2 more nodes. We're gonna finish this chapter and then hop off. I am fucking getting tired and my my room is so freaking hot. I need to turn off my computer and turn on the fan. How are these things still moving? Haven't we hit them enough by now? Wait, I think they're trying to say something. Huh? You gotta be kidding me. My neck, it hurts. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone's rustled cows at some point. Why am I the only one who... Oh, it hurts. I didn't want to have that child. I was forced into it, so I took the abortifacient? What else was I supposed to do? God, the true God resides within my heart. You are the truly wicked ones. Damn, America could really be hearing this shit right now. They just disintegrated. Did we defeat them somehow? I cannot believe that the dead could speak of God. Those were corpses just now. I could have sworn their blood was cold and congealed as wet earth. Their muscles were stiff and rigid, and yet they still possessed consciousness. Did we just kill living people? Sanson, get a hold of yourself. This isn't like you. Don't tell me the incarnation has affected your mind as well. Be wary, this is not yet over. The evil aura remains. Those were gunshots. Damn it, they came from around the back of the house. Did we screw up leaving Medea behind? Senpai, look! Uh-oh. Tchuba? I can't make her out clearly. So you can see her too, Max. Isn't that Tchuba? I could have sworn we buried her, and yet here she is wondering about as if still awaiting her sentencing. Don't know about you, but I'm not exactly hearing seven angels and their trumpets just now. Now that she's touched the workshop's bounded field, she's about to take on her true form. She's preparing to attack! What do we do, Master? I know Mr. Carter's here, but we're out of options. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Tituba. Captain America's Grand Shielder.
出陣します。総員構えてください。早炊きです。軽めに。やだな。圧倒し豪快にひらめいた。剣圧にて海を去る。櫓のごとくクジラマン大入道ご見参いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる
We need an Artoria 5-star shielder. Monka.
熱を帯びなさい。丸みアドワーズ。腰が違うのです。腰が。チャンバラショート。ガンガン行くわ。兵法無尽。お見せしましょう。持ち上がっているように。剣圧にて海を去る。櫓のごとくクジラマン。大入道ご見参。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。輝き
Shigurin.
白兵戦行きます。黄昏の時を豪快にひらめいた。ショータイム。最果ての島、罪の都。最後の竜は我が胸に。集う。円卓の守護者たちラウンドオブアーバロンレーケイポーパー2オーケーセレクティマイネームイズムサシミヤマトセイトヨ水上戦も何のその、どこでも戦えるのが2点一流なのです。
Alright, last node. What's gonna happen? We have not yet vanquished her. Bounded field, about to break. This one, far stronger, regrets than the other corpses. Be gone, Tchuba, no longer do you belong here. You really do have some useful spells. Behind you! We are both of us women and casters, so I will send you to the underworld myself. Medea, did you lose your mind again? Never mind that. Just hurry up and add me to... Never mind that. Just hurry and add me to the lineup. 3-turn with Angra Trust.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。白兵戦行きます。白兵戦行きます。腰が違うのです腰がシャガーホー
Deadpool, bitch, we need to break the fourth wall. Fuck it, dude. Put Darth Vader in as a servant.
My name is Musashi Miyamoto.
He's from a long time ago in a far, far away. In a galaxy far, far away. Darth Vader. Grand Saber. We already have the Sith covered. True! Just add him in Saber Wars. Mouth Breather, Class Vader. Deadpool's grand cancer.
水上戦も何のそのどこでも戦えるのが2点一流なのです
Abigail. Huh? Huh? What? Chotomate. Who's that? Someone was watching. Lower your bow, Robin. That's a human, not a corpse. Damn it. What's up? Was there someone hiding behind that tree? This is real bad. Somebody saw us. Isn't that Absalom? I don't believe I saw him during the play. Who is he? He lives here in Salem as well. I rarely see him out and about, but unless I am very much mistaken, that was Absalom Whately, the head of the Whately family, and Lavinia's grandfather. I see. So that's Salem's resident alchemist, eh? Chotomate. Who might you be exactly? I guess that would be the first thing you'd want to know, wouldn't it? And I have her, chat. I got her from the GSSR. Tituba. So the person disguised as Medea was someone we didn't know all along. Kiara, yoink. Alright, was that it? That was it, right? Yeah, we got the cum prisms. Alright, chat, that is gonna have to do it for today. We streamed for 5 hours. That's a good start to Salem. Hopefully we can finish... What the fucking day is it, dude? My days are so mixed up. Is it Thursday morning? Yes. I'll either stream... How much more of Salem do we have? I'm not sure. Chat, we're probably less than halfway. We're probably around like 30%, y'all think? We're probably around like 30% through Salem at the moment, I believe. We will... How many sections did we finish? I think only 2. What is this? So yeah, we're only on section 3. I don't know how many there are total. But I mean, those were beefy too. I mean, that was a lot of reading as well. I mean, we did fucking 2 entire plays. Shit hasn't started yet. Yeah, but like in terms of reading, how much do you think we're done? There's like yeah, but chat, I know there's like 15, but like a lot of that's not gonna be like those 2 nodes were insanely long. They were like 8 long. How long in terms of percent? How long do you think how much do you think we've got done right now? You're like 10%? Are you serious? 5 hours for 10%? Oh, this is bullshit. God damn it. Alright. Fuck. I wanted to finish this shit so we could start the Lost Belts this weekend. Well, yeah, I know there's gonna be more reading. I'm just saying I thought that those ones were... Never mind, chat. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Alright, fuck, we're at the peak viewership for the stream, too. I hate to dip at the moment, but I need to get my sleep before work so I can hopefully stream tomorrow, too. Let's see if there's any English FGO streamers streaming at the moment. Tolo's live. Okay, see you tomorrow, boys and gals. Hell yeah. Salem has 10 sections, but the last one is all an epilogue. Oh, okay. So I don't know. You're about 1/3 done? That's what I thought. Okay, thank you, Jason. Jesus. And everyone in chat is telling me, like, you haven't even scratched the surface. I'm like, no, dude, I thought this whole thing was about 10 hours of reading, and we're about 5 hours in, but a lot of that was bullshitting in the fighting, so I would assume we're about 1/3 of the way done. The last few aren't as long. That's what I figured. Okay. See, chat? Fucking chat telling me I'm wrong. Alright, I don't see anyone else I recognize streaming, so we will give... Is there anyone else live right now in the FGO directory that I should host? Chat, that y'all know, anyway? Word count comparison. Oh, wow, that's cool. Script size by Singularity. Solomon's super short. Of course, Babylonia is the longest, dude. That shit took us like 20 plus hours to fucking finish on stream. That shit was insane. Oh, Anastasia's really long. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. Both Lost Belt 1 and 2 are like the length of fucking Babylonia. Holy shit, I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish them by fucking August. Fuck. I'm gonna have to stream like every day if I want to. Yeah, the Lost Belts are long. Yes, more stream. John's a new guy? Okay. Yeah. I do love Tolo as well, but I'd also like to pass on the love to newer people. Oh, he's streaming they're streaming Babylonia too. Yeah, let's give them some love. Babylonia is a great Singularity. All right. Go check them out. Let's do a /raid. Alright, chat. Go show them some love. And I will catch y'all hopefully tomorrow or the next day. We'll stream and try to get the next 2/3 into it. Alright, everyone. Go show John some love playing Babylonia. And I'll see y'all next time. Peace, everyone.
Yeah, they're like sisters. What? No, you take that back. No, maybe that's right. After all, they're both goddesses that rule Venus. God of Destruction. Oh, no. Oh, shit, maximizing. Thank you for the raid. Actually, I was kind of peeping a little bit, but I didn't want to get spoiled. How you doing? How was your stream? And Jason, thank you for the follow. Maximizing? Oh my god. Thank you for the follow as well. But yeah, thanks for the raid, guys. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. But yeah, I'm a first-time player. It's been, what, 3.5 weeks? Well, almost past 3.5 weeks now. Font64X, thank you for the follow. I stream this game Monday to Fridays at 12 p.m. Pacific time. That's when you'll catch me. Good. Chat helped me pick you up from the raid. Hope you're enjoying Babylonia. Such a great story. Yeah, I love Babylonia. It's great. Go through FGO stories for the first time. Yeah. That's great. I know maximizing. You're kind of